good, yeah? What's good? What's good? Good. Monday. Mm, Monday. And uh, Mr. Magoo, Cowboys. I'm Cowboys. I didn't expect Cowboys to win. But I am disappointed at Buffalo. That's because they're close to us. We're going to talk about that. Happy New Week for everybody. What's up, Food Stamp? And what's up, this guy from Washington, Jeff. What's good, everybody? But yeah, I am very disappointed that uh, Cowboys did all that to watch to um the Bengals, and I mean that Buffalo didn't try, yo. I said, what the fuck is going on, bro? And as I stated, and I predicted, the best game would be of that day would be Fran and the Cowboys. That was the best game. Now, remember when I said this game is going to be win by the kick game. If Cowboys had made that kick, I complained. I talked about the foot game. But the TMG talk about basketball. I told you if they can't kick, they won't win the game. That's what happened when they missed that kick. That first kick, that's what fucked them up. It's like the ear suck out of them. It's like, we got this problem again. And yeah, they was sucked. Told y'all. They didn't win by a kick. They won by a touchdown. But if a touchdown and a kick, I think they won. But if they would have never missed that kick, they would have had more momentum. They would have had more, energy of trying to go out and win the game. But yeah, as I said, the best defense in is 49ers. The best offense is Philadelphia Eagles. So Philadelphia Eagles. I can't wait. That game is too fast. I think that I don't know, but Philadelphia Eagles. If that's going to be a good game. And in Philadelphia, if the Eagles don't come out, ready to play defense, they got something for them. Because we all see this game. I told y'all, defense win football game. Defense won that game. Cowboys, they played good. I thought for a second, like, yeah, the Cowboys, they look like they're about to do something. They look like they're about to do an overtime game or everything. But like I said, if they never missed that kick, when they're supposed to get that 1-point conversion, right? They missed that kick. They're like, oh, fuck, we're out of it. Yeah, that's it. That is it. Told y'all, kick game ain't good. If they would have kicked that ball, and missed that 1-point conversion, how do you let them get a 3-point? As I know, listen, the best defense in the NFL right now, the 49ers. I saw Cowboys. The Cowboys play good defense. I like what I said. They always get into that. They get lost. It's like, they get lost. But the games was good. It was good games. I hope everybody, just remember, y'all, just a game. A football game and nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and it was a good game. Like I said, those guys, if they can't kick the ball, they won't win, and that's what happened. It shows you that they cannot kick the ball. They cannot kick the ball, and that's what messed them up. And too much of the what's going on, EPV? Too much of shout out to you too for that Norway was it $100? But it was $13 in Canadian money. But shout out to you though. I appreciate that. Much respect for you on that, bro. You know what I mean? I haven't spoke to you in a while, and you came and blessed me. So that shows me what type of person you is. But shout out to you though, ECB, and shout out to whatever you got going on in there. But um, it's going to be crazy. This game right here is too early. I said Eagles got good offense. Eagles got the best offense in the NFC, right? And right now Eagles got the best offense. And the best defense is the 49ers. The 49ers look like a team that's ready to stand up. Now, people say, well, TMG, what about Patrick and them? Let me show you something. They played an easy team. Everybody else played an easy team, a hard team, except for the Chiefs. They didn't get a challenge like everybody else. But yesterday was good. Good. I watched the games. I enjoyed myself. I smoked 2 blunt. Watched the movie. I watched what I watch. I watched Godfather of Harlem. Episode 1 and episode 2 went to mine. I said, yeah, I feel good. I could have won some money. But I backed out. I backed out at it and backed out, Even if 49ers would have win by a touchdown, I would still got a lot of money if I would have said it's by a kick. If you check it out, at first I was like, okay, it's going to go down to a kick. It's going to go down to a kick. I was like, this game is going on to a kick. But nope. We all know the Cowboys going to kick the game. But, the Cowboys will come back next year. They get a kicker. And they'll be good. That's it. 49ers is a well defensive team. The Cowboys gave up on that game. At the end of the game, and they got run over out 3 quarters. They got run over in the fourth and in the second and a half on the second quarter. And they got run over in the third. Everybody looked tired. No one they wanted to play defense. And then the Buffalo game. I'm happy. Buffalo. You see Magoo? This is why you shouldn't talk about it. Told y'all, you know what I mean? Y'all keep doing it to yourselves, bro. Y'all went and let the Bengals did y'all like that. That game was so embarrassing to watch. That was an embarrassing game, bro. I said, what is this? I said, that's when I started. It's when I seen they start getting handled like that. I said, you know what? I gotta watch this game. But then I said, uh-oh, look what's going on. Telling y'all the best defense. Sorry to break it down to y'all. Best defense is the 49ers defense. I think those 2 teams are the best defensive team in and back. I'm telling you, bro. Listen, ESP, I was like, huh? Y'all did what? I said, hell no. I said, bro, I turned that TV off. I said, man, I'm not watching this game no more. My nigga. I changed the TV, bro. I said, fuck this. What's up, family? Much respect. Shout out to you, though. Yeah, so I was like, bro. Wow. Oh shit, I forgot to put my thing on. I was like, bro, I think Buffalo was a little bit, what I've seen from Buffalo, ever since that thing happened to them, their teammate, it hasn't looked the same. That's how I was surprised when I was like, yeah, maybe they're gonna win it because what happened to them or whatever. But bro, they didn't look like they wanted to play. They did not look like they looked like they didn't want to be there. They look like they want to be there. Yes, dude. So you can't see.
What's good on yes?
And I mean, they look like they didn't want to be there, bro. I was embarrassed. That was embarrassing, bro. That was embarrassing. I can't lie to you. Yeah, biggest upset. And remember what I said, EST? I said there's gonna be some upsets, right? I said, look, y'all, there's going to be some upsets. You know what I mean? But what do you know? The Buffalo went home in the first round. You know what I mean? As I said, for me with Buffalo, what happened is everybody was still, they still look a little bit terrified from what happened in the last game. You know what I mean? The players looked like they didn't want to play. They looked like they didn't want to catch the ball. Yeah, I did that already. They looked like they didn't want to. They looked like they didn't want to catch or didn't want to get hit. You see that game yesterday? That game was like watching a regular Sunday game. That was ridiculous. That game was like, bro, I couldn't wait for the Cowboys game. As soon as the Cowboys and that 49ers game came on, as I said, even the Giants. Hey, I forgot my what AZ, where you at? AZ, I told you, bro. AZ, I told you. What's a Carolina? AZ, I told you, bro. Them Giants. You see, I'm gonna tell you something, right? The only thing is better with the Giants is like they're a little bit more. You could probably depend upon them more than Buffalo. I said, what make AZ thought the Giants was gonna do something, bro? Man, y'all need to stop, bro. I told y'all the game yesterday could have been a kick game. You know what I mean? But 49ers caught on and said, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna, bro, you get an interception, right? You're about to get a touchdown to tie the game, and you throw the interception. I said, wow. I said, this is the team right now. This is the team. This is the team. The defense on that team, y'all. The defense on that team. Like, Cowboys offense was good. Everything was popping. You know what I mean? You see everything happen. You see what I mean? But they was broken up. Their offense was broke down. Their defense was shattered. And I said it before going in, like, yo, this is two good defensive team, but 49 what? Okay, 49ers, right, have the best defense. They might even win the Super Bowl. Not gonna lie to you. 49, if these two teams right now are gonna win the Super Bowl, these two teams that are gonna be playing. Anybody win this game is going to win the Super Bowl. If the Eagles win, they win in the Super Bowl. If 49ers win in the Super Bowl, what I'm telling you this, after what I seen yesterday, that is a clutch play when you could have 20 yards or 10 yards away from the touchdown zone, and your defense, your defense crumble the interception and get the pass. Listen, Eagles got a good offense. You know, they got a good offense. I think they got the best offense right now. But this is where it's about to get crazy because the Eagles and the Niners defense. Remember what I tell you. Now, Eagles, they play defense. They play defense, but they, you know what I mean? They got a good offense. They're a good team. I saw them, what they did. They had good defense too, but they didn't need to play that much defense. But this team yesterday is this shows you that they're ready to win the Super Bowl because all they came back, they was down. You know, they just complete. They're both two complete teams. I can't believe they're going up to. They're both. Yeah. They will. France. They will win, but it's gonna be a. No. It'll be a good. They're good teams, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're good teams. But I said, you know, so that's what I'm gonna tell you now about Brady and the Bengals. Brady and the Bengals, right? They threw that game. I gave that game to the Cowboys so they could hide from somebody else. I don't know who it is. You know, if they would have won that game, if they would have faced somebody different or whatever it was. But I think they threw that game on purpose because they was trying to avoid a team. I don't know. But totally different team. They made Buffalo look like baby food. Like when I said no competition, no, it's just like you're waiting and you're watching and you're waiting and you're like, yeah, Buffalo, you know, but where you like, you know, it's embarrassing. Remember, we got like I told y'all, there's like a big feed of a bar with people like, you know, so there's wings and French fries and beer, and it's like you gotta depends on how much wings you buy. So you go to the bar and all Canadians dress up in their Buffalo jersey. I didn't go, but I'm just
They had
saying.
to buy one appetizer, get the second one.
Yeah, buy
free.
one appetizer, get the second appetizer. So, but a lot of Canadians was upset yesterday. Yeah, I said, I said the Bengals. I said, damn, that's who they're facing. That's when I started. I said, holy shit, I didn't want to look at that game, but I had a feeling they was gonna lose. But it was good, yeah. You know, it was a good, you know,
That was funny what things.
that was a good, that was a good team. I think there was a good game compared to the games that I see. The best game was any Cowboys would have played any other team beside the 49ers. They would have been looking. They would have been looking at a way right now to go face somebody for the NFC Championship. Um, as I said, I think the Bengals threw that game to the Cowboys, made them feel good because what I seen yesterday was a totally opposite, different team. They look like they look like also a team that and if they win the next game, might be the Bengals or the 49ers or but the 49ers defense looked better than way than when they went to they're about to go to the Super Bowl. Way better. But shout out to y'all, though, that's there. We do that little early man. We talk about the games and all that shit, but that's what I like when I come here to talk quick with y'all. Talk about that. That reality stuff that happened. Who else? Y'all seen that gay couple that um abusing these kids, adopt them from the church. Like when you go to the church and you adopt kids that's been there with the church and whatever. So they took them from there.
Tell them.
They took them from the church, and then basically pimping, even like abusing them. You know what I mean? I think, yeah, you know what I mean? Letting other, gay men look at them and shit.
Well, I'll tell you this.
And pictures and shit like that.
It's out there. And that's why you will not catch me going to church anywhere here. Because I don't trust the motherfuckers. No offense, no disrespect. But church ain't everything you think it is. Just so you know.
Shout out to
shout out to the people that are
people who sent me the story.
Christians and all that, but some people are not what you think.
Yeah, but Christians have nothing to do with this.
Babe,
they say they're Christian.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I seen this. I'm gonna get that actually. You're gonna talk about it one of these streams. I'm gonna get the link. And it was a guy who was just explaining how he grew up in a Christian family, mother, father, sister, all that shit.
So.
And these motherfuckers decided to pimp their own kids and.
These two guys right here. No. These two men right here, right? Part of the alphabet community.
Where are they from?
Let's say America. They decided it was okay to adopt these two boys. Clearly something is wrong.
There's something wrong with
the boy, you touching the look at you hugging up the kid. The leg, the one hand is on the man's leg, right? So I know this is but this could happen to any kids. It don't have to because they're Caucasian kids. They could be Chinese, Mexican, and whatever, right? So they decided it was okay to adopt these kids and then start abusing them, start doing weird shit, like weird stuff, weird stuff. But this is what people do. People hide behind the LGBT shit to save themselves. They think if they do something or if they do something perverted, once they are part of the alphabet community, they won't get it. They'll get away with it. They won't get crucified. They won't get punished. You know what I mean? But yeah, they abuse these kids. We're doing very weird stuff to them. You know what I mean? There's weird stuff. They adopt them from the church. You know what I mean? We're offering kids, I think. And they were just doing weird stuff to them. But I'm just saying though, I think, well, what I notice when a person do anything from the intersexual community and we do something, we say something, we gotta apologize and read it out. I think these two men right here should apologize to all the kids in the world and everybody that's watching because they basically use the church to lower these kids, and then they have an ad that could say you don't have to say yes, you could say no if you want to. Like, you know what I mean? Like this is some weird shit going on. Yeah, you know I mean, they sick. and they're disgusting. They need help, you know. And I don't think that people should be staving themselves with a rainbow flag because they don't want to get in trouble. I think it's, you know, I think it's the rainbow flag community should come apologize for this shit. This is that. Okay, you have two men that have two young boys to do what? You know, sexually abuse them and doing weird stuff to them and shit like that. You know what I mean? Come on, all these kids are supposed to be safe.
That part, why they
All
were.
these, yeah, exactly.
They should be able to choose what they want to be. Don't matter what their parents
The
are.
kids were abused, bro. They were, you know, it's pretty, you know, and they've been complaining, but you know, it's just like as I said, could you imagine how long those? Because you got to remember, these are people, right? They see what's going on, what's going on, thing, what's going on, thing. Get this weird out of here, yo. Get this weird out of here. Get this weird out of
Man,
here.
go report the puss hole that has the original
Yeah,
video.
remove this here.
How about that?
Like, I'm gonna get this.
Like,
here.
Whoever you are, if you're not the real one, move around.
They come in every day
Like
and say that shit.
it's you need to grow up. That's what I'm saying. Like, God.
But
damn.
anyway, somebody's trying to change that. Well, let's not stir up this thing. This
So
is
what's
the
good,
fake account.
New York beast.
This was made up. What's good, New York? You know, this is embarrassing. And
Yeah, they shouldn't have the shirts on the kids because one, they're not they should be able to choose what they want to be when they grow up or as they're grown up. Just because their parents or whatever they are.
right.
They're like they shouldn't force it onto the kids.
Oh,
They shouldn't
summer
have
they're
to
black.
wear that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I want to know why. You know, first of all, you know, I said I think you know the church or whoever gave these kids to these men and have them doing this with them for so long. And you know, it's as I said that you know I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? But you can see this is what they use. This is what they used to attract kids. And I said this. You got weirdos out here that use the rainbow flag to attract kids. You know what I mean? And in this situation, as I said, the rainbow flag. You know what I mean?
See this.
The rainbow flag have nothing to do with it. It's these people that are hiding behind it and doing this weird stuff. You know what I mean? Look at this picture. What's wrong with this picture? First of all, you know what I mean? That little boy hand shouldn't be on the leg. You know what I mean? Like, it's too sexual.
Why do they have the face blurred out if they're such a happy family?
No, because they're charged. So you
Oh,
gotta
there's- oh, I
you
didn't-
gotta
okay, yeah.
you gotta blur the kid's face up.
Okay, put that
They're,
shit
they're
down. That
charged.
shit's so sickening.
So
I would murder them.
remember, these are rich ass men.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they have the money to do whatever they want, so they adopt these kids. You know what I mean? And so they're doing sexual abusing them, doing weird stuff to them. You know what I mean? Thank God these kids got away from this. Can you imagine how these kids are gonna be traumatized? They're gonna be traumatized of gay men when they get older.
They're just not gonna like it.
You know what I mean? Real shit.
And,
They're gonna be
and
so.
don't be surprised if these kids have hatred against gay
Gay
people,
people.
and want to like kill them.
Yeah, because if they have hatred against, you know, the alphabet community and all that stuff, you cannot blame them because of what they went through. They've been abused and sexually abused by it. You see what I'm saying? The alphabet community. Because that's what they represent. Put it. I mean, they're pushing. Yeah, fuck, man. But they don't know. You know, they don't know what they're doing to these kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? These men, could you imagine these mans coming and smiling in your kid's face and making them happy, jump with them, and then behind the stage you're doing some weird stuff with these kids? It's not right. Anybody could be whatever they want. Just don't go after the kids. And I say that they do this stuff to trick the kids and make the kids think it's okay. We cannot allow that.
And that's why I'm so glad that my kid is homeschooled.
We cannot allow that.
Even though he already knows what is right and what's wrong.
And they took them from a church. They were staying at a church. I think it was orphan kids. I don't know if they was, but they took them from a church and they brought them into their home. You know, and start doing weird stuff with them, putting all these shirts on them and start thinking it's okay. Oh,
The
it's
guy
okay.
looks like he dresses up
That's
and puts
sad,
makeup
bro.
on.
That is sad, fam. I don't know what's going on in this world. That is sad. That's sad.
Yeah, Teletubbies is not
Yeah,
good either. They say Teletubbies and what else was it?
that is sad. When I
They
s-
even say the Peppa Pig, whatever that shit's called, is bad.
that is sad, and that sounds like, as I said, there's mental illness.
The
There's
Wiggles,
mental illness.
what is it? The Wiggles and
Oh
shit?
my God! Did you hear about the? Oh, I heard about the Wiggles and what's his name? What's his name? Nas X is singing the new Wiggles song on what they're doing on the new Treehouse Network. I said, wow, they're really trying to brainwash these kids. They're really, really, really trying to get your kids, yo. And if you are, they just like to be on the game or the, you know what I mean, or you just can't just pause your life to go check on your kids or just run a, you know what I mean. No, you have to check
You
on
know
them.
what's bad though? When we were kids, we'd see all these like Teletubbies and all that shit. We wouldn't think of it because it wasn't really pushed in our face back then. Now it's like pushed in the kid's face. Like if you're not watching it, like it has to be in every ad. It has to go everywhere that they will see it. And that's
Now,
the sad thing about it.
yeah, make sure y'all hit the like button for me though. Make sure y'all hit the like button. But this right here is crazy because I'm gonna tell you why it's crazy. I haven't heard no big person from that community on come apologize. And they always never want to talk about them. You know what I mean? You probably can't like I don't know. It's crazy because I think that's wrong. I think that's so wrong. And you know what I mean? The finger should be pointed because if that was somebody else, if that was a married couple doing that, it would have been a big thing. You know what I mean? It would have been a big everybody, but we got to talk about this stuff. That's what I'm saying. If that was a heterosexual couple, it would have been crazy. So I want to know why they was allowed to do that shit
It's
like
just
that.
like the guy that's being deported. They want to see. There's no difference.
Yeah, it's just like I have a friend. You know what I
You
mean?
know someone.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I know him. Like you know what I mean? And I consider him as a friend because we share ideas. He's got his own catering business too, and they're bringing all these people in here. You know what I mean? And giving them nice apartments. I'm talking from Ukraine, but he's been here working, paying his taxes, paying his bill. But y'all want to send him back? He hasn't committed a crime. Hasn't done nothing. I mean, he helps out. He train kids at the university, at the colleges, and y'all want to, you know what I mean? It's crazy. Y'all just want to take his idea, get rid of him, take his idea, and send it to somebody else, and put somebody else there, replace him, and you know what I mean? That bullshit. So he can't fight for that. That's what's going on. That's what I said. I said, yo, they're gonna send this. They're gonna try to get rid of him, send him back because, and then put somebody there that's not black and trying to make it look like he did all that. And that's what Canada is like that too. If y'all gonna believe that Canada is fucked up like that, yeah, man, it's fucked up. There's a lot of shit that's going on that's not right now. You're gonna see a lot more that's going on. So if you ain't ready to speak, if you ain't speaking up and using your voice for a good cause, you just want to talk about certain other things. Wait's just gonna come to you. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all don't have them really. So I'm not gonna say, but I hope a lot of y'all watch and see what's going on. Crazy shit going on out here. I want to know though how my nigga is. I want to know though, New York, how how we allowing how who's nobody apologizing for this? Nobody gonna say something about this? I mean,
No.
I see all the big communities that I follow and other people. Well, not much. I mean, it's the big ones I follow that I get some ideas from. Are talking about it. And a couple of rappers are talking about it. Like, yeah, that's crazy. That is
That's
crazy.
a new thing.
That's not that's some of these charges that we see these people getting put in jail for. Y'all, we barely see anything, but this is cold concrete evidence of these people them doing this. You know what I'm saying? You took them from a church. You know what I mean? Using God's name, and you know what I'm saying? You're hiding behind that alphabet community flag and doing weird shit. You know what I mean? Shit's sad out here, bro. You gotta watch your kids. Yeah. And that's for going, and I blame that on them too. Well, they might say, well, he's just one out of whatever. No, y'all be pushing all this shit in these movies and these Disney movies and stuff. So then you got these motherfuckers think that they could say whatever and make kids do whatever they want. It's gotta be something different. Y'all gotta paint a different picture, a different messages.
Well, my thing is,
It's gonna get worse and
you're-
worse. You're gonna look every
Okay.
second. You're gonna look, and you're gonna see alphabet community member is gonna be getting locked up. And what they're gonna do? Hide some of them or hide it?
My thing is, if you're gay or whatever the terms are, I don't give a fuck. And you go adopt kids, or if you have kids, whatever the situation is, don't put it on.
I think y'all need to go back. Shut up.
Why are you so worried about TMG? He's probably more American than you are. Just saying. Anyways, don't go freaking push it on those kids.
Same person.
Let them grow up and live their lifestyle. Who really comes up with Blueface Baby?
Yeah, they just made it up. They just made it too. Don't worry about it.
Why don't you go start your stream out?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you have your own stream.
You
just underneath
shit.
some
You know what I mean?
Foo shit.
Yeah, just remember the American blogger.
But we can talk about that too.
Hold on.
Blueface
Let me show you something. Yeah, we're
we
gonna
can talk about that too because
that relationship is fake. But we're not gonna talk about that. We talk about real relationship. You know what I mean? That relationship is fake. I already know that's just a TV show or that's a reality TV show. But shout out to all them big American bloggers that be sending me those links. Y'all be making these weirdos mad as hell. And shout out to my Canadian bloggers too. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, what is wrong with these people? Like, you guys need to grow up.
But
It's not the playroom. Okay.
if you worrying about one country and one place, it's the new YouTube. You won't grow. You gotta start thinking out of the box. But yeah, you must be maybe like abusing kids, Blueface Baby.
Part.
That's how you mad because of what I'm talking about. I know this when I touch at certain topics
Maybe
that I touch,
you're gay.
there's always a show. But it's not even that though.
Whatever.
Like what someone said from the gay community. This is embarrassing because they're hiding. They're using the flag and doing this and doing their dirt behind it. You know what I mean? I don't know how. It still looks like it's on them, but whatever. We're not gonna say that. I'm not saying that, but you know what I mean. So for someone to come out of the alphabet community and say, yeah, it's had nothing to do with the flag, you know what I mean? It's true. You're using that on some other shit, and people use tools every day on some other shit, some retarded shit.
You know what I wish they had on YouTube, where like they see a fucking name that was just made up today, or just block it before you even come to the stream. That's some whack ass shit. You get copyright or this claim for this and that, but then you have these dumbass people that just make an account just to come say what they have to say because they're offended of something.
Yeah. Or they it's the same person.
And no one gives a fuck about that video TMG showed. Okay.
Oh,
how about that? No one cares.
I'm a child. I'm like.
He just thought it was funny. I don't want none of that.
All right, good. So let me just smoke my.
That's annoying.
Okay, let me talk about this topic. Okay.
I don't even want to talk about this fucking topic because people get so sensitive, and then you have the alpha people coming at you. Probably gonna try.
It's chill.
It's annoying.
It's chill. I know, but it's chill. But I know.
You're lucky. I'm
not a female. I don't get that.
Yeah, but it's
worried
annoying.
Though. Let me just talk about this. But this right here, yo, is watch for your kids. You know what I mean? You might get someone that come to them one day in their class who's gonna sit down and read a book and tell them a whole type of story.
Some people need to go back to
You
school.
ain't never know.
They don't know how to capitalize their eyes.
Oh my God, you ain't never know. Okay, yeah, I'm on topic, right?
You're on topic, all right.
Okay, you ain't never know how they gonna react with your kids. And it has to be your kids. Anybody kid. You see something happen with anybody kid that's doing something dumb. You see what I'm saying? Make sure you say something about it and you check that. You see what I'm saying? Because that shit ain't right. It ain't right. Doesn't matter because those kids, you know what I mean, what those kids could have been, you know what I mean? And they're going after kids that don't even have no moms that are like adopted. That's a scary thing.
That's a sad thing.
They're praying and fucking, you see what I'm saying?
That's even more sad because these kids don't have a mom or a dad, a household. and then these people go take them. They're putting all their trust into these so-called fucking idiots, and that's what they do to them. That's even worse than what. Like, it's bad. It's already been home to home, probably. Been trying to find that right home.
Agree to that.
Right, thank you.
Don't even say nothing to me. Like people are. You see, some people are like,
We're just saying, like,
you know what I mean? It's just different, yo. 360, and you know, I see you know what's going on. You know what's up. You know what to tackle, and you know how to throw in a conversation, and I know what's going on. A lot of people they can't have a conversation. You know,
some people need to invest in other countries and shit that are going through that shit.
Yeah, real talk, because that's when you know you get richer than you think. And you can save so money there, save so much money.
You know, like
everybody wants to spend nowadays. Nobody wants to save no money like that.
You can probably go there with like those kind of countries with like a 10 grand and blast a lot of people.
Just to prove something. People just want to spend just to prove something, or just to say, "Oh yeah, well, I got this."
People spend on the wrong shit these days.
I am broke.
They don't know what saving is. They don't know what none of that shit is.
Crazy.
I'm glad I got raised different than a lot of people. She's wrong.
Yeah.
This bitch is so wrong on so many levels.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
I would be so mad at that.
But yeah. People in here, like I said, you gotta learn how to. If you don't know how to do your shit, control your platform, I don't know how you gonna do. It seems like
that's what my YouTube is gonna be on. I gotta control myself because I'm raw with it.
Y'all ain't gonna come over here and let me say nothing to y'all. As soon as y'all say something dumb, I'm pretty sure what it said. I read the guideline that I put up there when you go to type. So you don't follow it, yeah, man. You come in with your dumb shit on some stupid shit. Like, you know what I mean? I thought motherfuckers want me to stay here and talk about people every day.
That's what they do.
What?
That's their content, so they're used to it. I'm gonna bring your content.
And then what? When I get up to a certain level of what? No, what? I'm gonna get out there. My content, I shouldn't be on there. So I'm gonna get into this video here. Shorty pregnant. But it ain't her man, and he found out.
It's not his.
It's not his kid.
That's a
it ain't. Yeah. Jesus, baby. Yes, I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want. So shit.
He
about to find some proof, some receipts, and he wasn't happy. So we're gonna get into this video right here. Yes, sure. And y'all let me know what your thoughts. We're gonna go through clip by clip like I usually do. Right. Thank you. What up, Don? Much respect, family. Much respect. Much respect. Right. People are. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but much respect to your big homie Don. Beer.
This is Blueface's baby.
Beer, you know. Beer, like that name was so original. y'all is some real one.
You're too nice.
Yeah, Beer.
You're nice. So.
Sometimes. I'm trying to get my thing. I'm trying to get my thing for these people here. They're on some, you know, not grown. You know what I mean? But we're gonna get into this. Let me know what. Tell me what you think about her. She wild. She
I'm wrong. I'm wrong for you're my daughter, and I'm gonna tell you, you're wrong.
Man, this got me, man. I'm at home putting the gun under the bed. I just pulled up over here at my mama house. Sheena got me up, dog. I'm putting my gun under the bed, and I find a discharge paper, a medical discharge paper from the hospital. This when it went.
What's going on, Hazy? Shout out to
That's
Hazy.
amazing.
Much respect to you and your family. I already know we do. Shout out to my
You
niggas
know,
in
peace. Maybe.
shout out to my niggas in Baltimore. Yeah. Much respect to y'all.
For some like abdominal pain or some shit, and the shit the paper said pregnant. They told me shit, bro. Ain't no, that ain't no way it's mine. Ain't no way it's mine. We was broken up when this shit happened. This told me shit. She got a whole lot of explaining to do. Got me up. Open this door, man. Man, open the door, man. Stop. Open the door. Sheena, open the door. Sheena, open it. Sheena.
What's wrong?
Hey, what's this? What's up, dog? What is this?
What is it? What is it?
What is this shit? What you mean with discharge papers? Discharge paper from the hospital saying you pregnant. It's discharge. No, ain't no. Man, you gotta explain that shit. Putting a gun under my head. I don't give a none of that. I don't none of that.
Okay, whatever.
No, you finna talk to me.
All right, y'all. Let me know what y'all think about. What's her name? Sheena? Sheena pregnant, but it ain't her husband. He found that proof when he was putting the gun underneath the bed.
But who puts that shit underneath the bed? If you're trying to hide something, like, why would you put that underneath the bed?
He probably fell out, and she probably was looking for it to know whether he found it. So there's no way you can put it underneath the bed. But that shit, wow.
I think she's dumb. That's just dumb. Fucking idiot.
Your husband, though.
That's why people can talk about females like that.
Your husband. Your husband, though, is he was pregnant with someone else's kid, and that's supposed to be your husband. That's cool.
Yeah, that bitch needs to go. She belongs to the streets.
That is cool, but what did she say? Keep her noise on my mom's house.
When she lives in her mom's house?
No. I don't know. I don't think so.
That's even worse.
Yeah. She had
She's living with her mom.
She had her,
Or she there cooking. He's at his house and found her and came over there.
She's pregnant with someone else's baby. What would y'all do if your wife is pregnant with someone else's baby?
Or what would you all do if your husband got someone else pregnant? That's the same shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the video is about, okay.
I know.
I know I get what you're trying to say.
I ain't gotta talk to you.
You finna talk to me. I put my gun on the paper saying you pregnant. We wasn't together with you. It ain't mine. It's not mine. How the hell? I'm saying how the I'm gonna get pregnant by somebody? We wasn't together when it happened. But you back at my house. You back living in my house.
And you give me enough time to tell your ass. All you do is jump up and leave. I'm trying to tell you last time.
It's not mine. So I'm saying it's not my baby though.
It's not.
So who is what you talking about? That's the problem. I know it ain't mine. So I did the math. I did the math. I did the math. Ain't mine. Okay, that's what I said. So what you told? So what?
So what's that? But you gonna take care of it.
You got me for? Who taking care of it? Who taking care of it? You got me.
Oh, y'all, the girl say, yeah, you about to take care of it. And you notice, man, you know what I mean? See, these 360, they niggas don't even go check. They don't even check out the means of the topic. They just troll. They never know. They never know. Man. Yo, you going, my nigga?
I
Man,
said you gonna take care of it.
you gonna take care of it.
No, you need to divorce that bitch because
You gonna what she said? You gonna take care of it. You gonna that's crazy.
no, that's wrong.
And they married.
You see, I'm gonna say no more. I'm not gonna say no more. I ain't gonna say no more. And leave it to that.
Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, trolls
And
coming.
that's the
In.
thing. Some, I'm not gonna say all. Some married people think because they're married and they have the paperwork that they can do whatever the fuck they want because they're still married. But when it comes to the divorce, if you don't have that kind of money, you fucked. Straight up. Just saying. That's a fact. That's why they just stay together and do what they have to do. You know they should have never got married because that is big times.
Mm-hmm.
Big times.
But it's crazy. As I said, social media got y'all gotta realize when y'all is married,
Sad.
it's a
Makes me
different
sick.
it's a different stage.
Makes me so sick.
You gotta have more respect for your girl, your woman. You know what I mean? You gotta have respect. Same thing for ladies. You gotta have respect for your husband too. Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? Can't be doing certain things. So what I'm saying, can't be telling the homies everything that you got going on with your wife and a woman. You can't be telling your business,
Your girlfriend.
your girlfriend, everything. You see what I'm saying?
Not even just that to your family either. Listen,
That too. You know what I mean? Rolling.
You gonna take
Yeah,
care of it.
I guarantee you
I've
I
been
don't.
dealing with your for 8 years, man. You do what you want to do.
But I ain't never
8
took,
years
and I ain't
strong.
never had no baby on you though.
I
I ain't
don't
never.
okay,
So,
your baby was taking
so
so
you-
pregnant,
so-
and I'm keeping it. And
so,
it's good.
so you not finna stay at my house? You not finna
I
stay at my house?
guarantee you I am.
You not
Put
finna
me
stay at my
out.
house with another
Put
nigga,
me
baby?
out. Who
You
gonna
not finna
put me
stay.
out?
I'm gonna put you out.
Yeah,
That
okay.
shit gonna be
You ain't
there.
gonna bring
I guarantee you.
Hold up, Brittany. Hold up, Brittany.
16.
Hold up. I am I'm tired of you and Cena with this bullshit.
Miss Carter.
1 minute y'all together, next minute y'all ain't.
What-
I am sick and tired of it.
Miss Carson, I don't mean no disrespect in your house, but she out of order for that. She trying to tell me she trying to tell me I'm supposed to keep a baby that ain't mine and she just had on the side. A whole baby. A whole no, come out here and talk. Tell your mom what you did. It ain't mine.
A baby.
It ain't mine. Yeah, she got a whole baby. She got a whole
You
baby.
pregnant?
She got a whole yeah. Tell her. Don't get quiet now. Don't get quiet now.
Yeah.
Miss Carson, I put my gun.
I went out.
No, man, it don't matter. Yeah,
That's how it is. When they love, and the mama's around, let mama deal with it. You know what I mean?
Mama can't always save it though.
You gotta let mama deal. Yeah, but mama ain't gonna be able to save this situation. But
She's tired of it. She's not gonna let it go.
it's crazy. A whole baby that ain't his. That is wild. Y'all out here taking babies that's not y'all's?
I mean, it's different when you're with the person and or you meet the person and
I like the way you said that. Yeah. My nigga said they wouldn't.
it's different if you just meet the person and they already have kids and you take them in. A whole baby that's not yours. Not happening. Sorry.
And y'all was together 8 years? That shit happened. That means, that 8 years was a waste. You know what I mean? You could have been doing something with yourself. That's just me. Like if that happened, y'all are doing all that and then, you know what I mean, there's a baby involved. It's the same thing. Even with a dude.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was a waste.
Quiet on that baby.
Yeah. It would have been a waste. A waste.
Because mom's looking at him like, what? You have a whole baby? That's not his.
8 years? And you decided to have a baby with
The
somebody
mom's
else?
are like, that's a
Damn.
disgrace. But she's like, how old? Do you want to let nastiness?
That's madness, yeah.
Some people need to just learn how to calm down.
It's madness.
Even if the man's not around like that and he's working, he's never home, whatever the situation is, you don't do that. You might as well just left his ass and then go do whatever. Go be with the guy that you got pregnant with.
Yeah, that's you can't. Yeah, you can't just unless you don't know whose it is.
Well, that's even worse.
And I'm just saying though, but like she has to know who it is. If she don't know who it is, she's.
It seems like she don't know who it is because she says she's keeping it, and you're gonna and this guy's gonna take care of it. And that means the guy that she either don't know who it is or he just dips it. It was a one thing. I don't know, fling.
One night stand.
One fling thing. Yeah.
That's sad.
Open
Yeah,
your legs to anybody.
yeah, and no, you with him. Yeah, that you with him for 8 years though. Yes, yeah. You're crazy. I don't know, but this is, I guess she thought it was cool, but we living in these times.
Oh.
No, but listen, we're living in a time where as I said, women think it's okay to do certain things like that. Not every woman,
Both.
man too.
Both of them.
Man too.
They think because they tied their knots that they can do whatever the fuck they want. Don't go get married and do all that if you know you're gonna just be a whore. You're just wasting the priest's time. You're wasting everybody else's time who came to your wedding, paid for whatever they had to pay for a dress, all that shit. You wasted their time.
That is that's crazy.
Imagine that. You paid for the catering, paid for everything for the wedding, and then that's what happens.
Doing our little breakup.
So what?
All right, we always do.
Yeah, okay, we-
That don't give you the right. First of all, people got time for your shit.
What you talking about? See what I'm saying? She too dumb. She don't ever want to listen to nobody.
Dumb.
She trying to tell me I'm about to keep the baby. She trying to tell me. She trying to tell me. She trying to tell me I gotta. You telling me I gotta keep a baby? Miss Carson. Miss Carson. No, I don't. That's old. She trying to tell me, Miss Carson. She trying to tell me that I have to take care of a baby that's not mine that she had on me. I'm not trying. Where the baby at? What?
I hear what she said, y'all. She said, "I put up with y'all kids, so now you got to put up with mine." Wow.
It's right here.
Wow. I know. It's crazy. I put up with your kids, so you got to put up with mine. Okay. So favor for a favor. That's how we do relationships. That's how we do it. No?
Baby, we're here. It's his baby.
I don't talk to him no more.
So what you
It's your
think?
baby.
It's not like you got.
Take care of it.
See what I'm saying?
You're gonna take care of it. I don't get no.
There's no way you raised her to be like this.
You're gonna take care. All the shit I accepted out of your no good ass.
No, I'm not trying.
But
Take
you
a good.
keep accepting it.
Thank you.
But that's what I didn't I made somebody else like you. There's one mistake that he come over here acting like he wants.
That's a big ass mistake.
Okay.
You talking about a damn baby?
I'm keeping it. It's here.
It's okay.
It's here.
Well, you can't
There's
come.
nothing to be
Miss
done
Carson.
about it
Miss
no
Carson.
more.
I love this girl to death. I promise
And
I
if you
love
love
this
me to
girl.
death, like I love
I
you,
love this
you
girl to
gonna
death.
accept my
I
baby.
love this girl to death, but I'm not finna be with her and she done had a baby by another dude. And she wasn't even gonna tell me. I had to find it because I'm putting my gun under the mattress.
You don't even give me enough time.
I'm not.
You don't even
Listen.
talk.
She crazy. What is she on? Right. That's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Not even his. Like, come on. What do you think this is? You trying to do, bitch? It's crazy.
Wow. Mm-mm.
Yeah, but that's not his though.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's crazy, bro. This girl here is. This girl here said, "If you love me, then help me with it." Like, God the
She said she don't talk to the man no more.
what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Fling a
Yeah?
ting, fling a ting a ting, fling fling fling. That wasn't a one night stand. I'm sorry, I don't believe in that shit. Can't get like, you cannot get maybe I don't know. I don't do those,
What
but
is going on?
one night you pregnant, no. You have to be in that for a while. Maybe that's
That's so crazy. She's crazy. She has issues. Yo. She has a lot of
He
issues.
did say she's dumb.
She has a lot of issues. She's fucking fucked up in the head. She really trying to give a nigga a baby. Like, I mean, give a nigga a baby. She trying to give him a baby without him. Like, you know, just give him here, take a baby.
What I want to know is if she said basically I had to deal with all your kids. Is it like both of their kids or is it just his kids? Big bird, stupidity to swap.
Yo, I was about to say that. Yo, she had that shit like.
I don't get like I get it to style, but I don't get why females have to have fake eyelashes.
Listen, y'all is crazy. Y'all is crazy with those. Yo. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, those eyelashes are so ugly.
I can't lie.
I don't fuck with that. They look cute on people, but I'm just like, no.
I know.
God forbid they get. You know how they have like the. No, I can't say that.
Are we gonna have next fake eyebrows?
They do already have that. What are you talking about?
Okay.
People shave their eyebrows off just to get fake eyebrows.
Oh.
What are you talking about? That shit doesn't. They already exist.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it all. Like, I swear to God, I've seen it all.
Anyways, I wonder why the man are full of them. I'll be even that. Shit. Check.
Yo, don't be surprised one day that the eyelashes got blue or something.
No, them eyelashes. I don't know. I don't know. So I don't know. I don't really know. But them things are crazy. So
Some women look good, but they that's not how she does look like ashy.
why is this supposed to be It's supposed to be the bigger the eyelashes. I don't know.
I know, but I don't know. Some women do look good with them on, but like, I don't think women should be wearing that shit.
With them eyelashes.
They should be wearing that shit. It doesn't look like go natural. You know what it is? Some women don't have eyelashes that are long, and eyelashes are really pretty when you put like thing on your. Like I don't wear it because I don't need it, but
I have respect for yourself, man. If you don't want you with
low self-esteem.
If you don't want you with a regular eyelash, then
right. Take all that shit off. You don't look good. That's not good. Like I respect the woman that can wear their natural look and like and look good, and then they can wear makeup and look good. I just don't. There's women that have low self-esteem.
Yeah. She trying to give a baby, yo. She trying to give a free baby. Anybody want a free baby? Hold on.
When you came, that should have never went under the match. You should have came right home and went in my hands. It should have came right home and went in my hand.
We don't even talk.
Well,
You always
whatever,
do your phone.
whatever.
You always on the game.
It's
You
okay,
always leave it
it's
with
all-
the
it's
It
all-
is what it is. You ain't
Yeah,
even saying shit to me.
That's all I'm
I
saying.
ain't told nobody. Honestly, I ain't told nobody. But now,
But you
you know.
Okay, so who? And what you think for that happen?
I'm keeping it.
And you think so I'm gonna tell you this. No disrespect to you, Miss Carson. I love you. I love your daughter, but I can't be with you. I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you. You sitting up here, you not stupid you sound. You telling me that I have to take care of a baby from another man that you have. Come on now. You knew we break up all the time. You knew we was gonna get back together. We do it all the time. So it don't matter if I go and you I ain't gonna bring no bitch. It don't matter. It don't matter. But your stupid ass when it got pregnant.
Whatever. You stay cheating, bro.
Man, all right, it's all good.
I'm keeping it.
Yeah, okay. Well,
And-
I don't know. Okay, so listen.
Whatever.
With all due respect, Miss Carson, I'm gonna put her. If she don't come get us,
Brandon,
I'll bring it. Listen,
Brandon, please,
I would
bro,
throw it
please,
outside.
bro,
I would throw it outside. Listen, I would throw it outside. But listen, out of respect for your mama, I ain't gonna put it outside.
All right.
I'm gonna bag that shit up.
And see what happens.
I'm gonna bag that shit up and I'm gonna bring it over here and put it on the step.
Bring it over here.
I'm gonna bring it over here.
Touch it and see what
I'ma bring
happens.
it.
Touch my shit and see what
Why
happens.
you so aggressive? And you the one wrong. You the one wrong.
I'm sick of your shit.
That is wild, yo.
She made no sense. She says she's sick of it, but he's being a respectable man, and he's gonna bring all your shit over to your mom's. He's not gonna put it on the ground. Not gonna put it outside. He's gonna bring it to you, and you're sick of him, but you won't. You're telling, don't touch my shit. You're a fucking dumb. Oh, it ain't mine. Peace.
Man, listen. You gotta go. Period. You gotta go, bro. We gotta go. Doing something like that is just ignorant. Real ignorant. You gotta think about doing something like that. It's ignorant. Think that you could just, give somebody a baby because you've been in a relationship with them for 8 years and they have kids and obviously you're in there for that long. Obviously, you're gonna be kids. You're supposed to be in their life. And you're gonna bring that up. No, you gotta take care of this kid because
Yeah, but is it their kids together, or is it just you had kids from previous?
Yeah, she's like, I took care of your kids.
Yeah, but some girls say some girls will say, "Oh, I had to take care of your kids," even though it's both of their kids. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes, but your child's bad, but it's my child too. You get what I'm saying? I would say, why you're Pitney so bad? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Man,
she shouldn't bring that up. I mean, she ratchet. But I mean, yeah. She's just trying to look for a reason to stay. You gotta go.
It's all good. Hey, Miss Carson, Miss Carson, I apologize for Miss Carson. Thank you. Listen to your mama. Thank you, Miss Carson. I apologize for coming in here screaming like this. But my temper swing.
I'm wrong. You're my daughter, and I'm gonna tell you, you're wrong. You're right. How in the hell you go out and get pregnant by some stranger? It's not a stranger.
Exactly. Well, it don't matter. So she it's all good. So listen, let me tell you something. Look what I'm gonna do. All I'm gonna do, look, I'm gonna bring. It don't matter. I ain't have no baby though. I didn't have a baby though.
about it.
Let's talk about it. Let you fuck your ex. She is crazy. As I said, she's just looking for a reason. She got a little bit of, so that's how we understand.
Well, your ex better take care of that baby.
We gotta be grown, yo.
You know who the baby from.
We gotta be grown.
I told you it wasn't no random stranger because it takes a while. Like, you have to be in that pussy for a while. Breeding. I'm just saying.
So they was going back and forth for like 8 years, I guess.
Man, that's her ex. They were together before him. He's been in it. You know what he's doing. Just saying.
Let's talk about it. Fucking crazy. Wow.
Let's talk
So
about
listen, I just need.
how many babies did you have though,
whatever,
without
man.
me knowing?
Whatever. I ain't got no baby. I ain't got no baby. What are you talking about?
Plenty bitches calling me.
I don't care. I didn't have a baby.
It's a lot
I
of
done
stuff that
hey,
you don't know.
this-
That you
look,
took me through.
It's
So
all
I
good.
really, at this
Ms.
point, I
Carson,
don't even care. You
I'm
got the
going
paper?
to take.
No, you're
I'm going to take
either
your stuff
accept
over here.
my child.
Ain't no, man, you got me. Look, hey, Miss Carson, it's good. I'll be back tomorrow, and her stuff gonna be there. Her stuff gonna be there. I promise she gonna be there.
I bet you I beat
I bet
you. I bet you that.
I bet you don't.
Guarantee you I will.
I bet you don't.
Trust me.
That's you. You got me crazy.
Trust me.
So you gonna have a baby by a whole nother. I got a whole baby by a whole nother. You thinking your shit finna be your shit. What? Your shit finna be outside. Your shit finna be outside. Got me. Shit finna be outside. She got me. Man, wrong.
Stop doing so much.
Yeah, put her shit on the sidewalk. And
No,
she'll have
stop.
no respect for you.
Stop doing so much. Stop having these women do this,
And here she said though, you have
Other
all
shit.
these babies. All these women be calling me saying this and that, but you have proof.
Talking
Right.
shit. She talking shit. Those are her friends. That she went. So that's why I hype you up to go get yourself pregnant. So they calling you and telling you shit in here, so you want to get yourself pregnant because they said this and she said that. So you going somewhere. That's not. See, that's why I'm not. And she fucked up. When you saying you can't be in a relationship. And
He says he don't have no kids.
So what's she talking about?
Because she's hearing from other people. Like, girls calling, different girls saying them.
No other kids or no other kids. Like what happened?
She make no sense. You know when you're pregnant, you go through your hormones are like crazy.
Mhm.
And sometimes you be saying shit that you don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, but she just like.
So she said, "Oh yeah, well these kids." Yeah. But now it's these girls be calling me saying you have all these kids. So she's confused. If you go back, she said, I have to deal with all your kids. But now
Well, she said you probably have all these other kids that's what she said.
She said she had to deal with kids, didn't she?
Yeah, but then she said, you probably have other kids that I don't know about.
But I'm confused.
Yeah. So I don't,
Do they have kids or not?
they don't have kids together.
Does he have kids?
Yes. That's what
He just said he don't have
well, that's
kids.
what she said. She said, because she said, you probably have other kids that I don't know about. He's like, I don't have no other kids. So, which that is just stupid because no one's gonna keep somebody pregnant with the next person's child. That's just ridiculous. So, I would love to hear the follow up on that one because that is definitely crazy. And that was madness. Yeah, this shit is crazy.
She is slow. She's a slow motherfucker.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on, yellow boy?
It's good,
I
yeah,
just
boy.
but if any man, I know a lot of men are probably like, oh, real talk. Even if he did go take care of them kids.
Man, she knew what she was getting herself into.
The minute she
had kids.
The minute she has them kids, the minute she has that baby or whatever, she gonna leave that nigga alone and be out there running around with her ex.
Right.
Real talk.
But my thing is, if you had kids previous to the relationship, and you go thing him and this and that, you know what you're getting yourself into. So what are you talking about? You're a mother. You're basically a mother to those kids, regardless if they're not yours. How about that?
People always do that. When you hear somebody bring that up, you say, "Yo, that's not even good." The minute a woman or a man bring that up, oh, you gotta get
That
them.
man needs to leave.
You gotta get them away from your kids.
Right.
Real shit. That's
And
what
she's
you
complaining
thinking.
about your kids.
Mhm.
So what else is she complaining about?
Right. Definitely gonna cheat on you. She complain about your kids. Oh yeah, she definitely gonna fuck her. I think you better believe that. That's a fact. The woman will tell you that. Here she said, yeah. Real shit.
She's saying,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
he's
I'm
got
saying.
no other kids. He's got other kids that we don't
But
know.
I don't even think
I don't know what
she's
one.
all like confused
Mhm.
and shit. She's pregnant.
I'm pretty sure she said, I took care of your kids. And then she said, you probably got other kids that I don't know about. You guys be telling me about other kids.
She's lying. She's lying. She'll
She
both
just
ways
try to,
lie.
she just try
If she
to,
can hide that from him, then she'll lie.
she just find somewhere to stay in the relationship.
Right. She needs somewhere to stay. She don't want to stay a mama. She's sick of that shit. Anyways,
She just looking for a way to stay in a relationship. That's all. She got caught. That's all it is.
because she knows she has nowhere to go. The ex don't want her ass. The mom's probably like, fuck this shit. I'm tired of this. You're a grown ass woman. Get out of here. And then this guy's kicking her out. So where's she gonna go with that baby?
She went to the mom's house.
Mm.
Mom definitely gonna put her. The mom look like she's ready to say, all right, you know what? I got a
Or is
grandkid
that
coming.
the first grandkid or something?
If it's her first grandkid, she gonna help her daughter up. Any woman's gonna help their daughter,
I know.
as she should.
That's a
You know
grown
what I
ass
mean?
woman.
But she's telling her
And
on her
that's the
hand,
thing
like,
these days, these fucking grown ass people get babies. Just saying, they're never gonna grow up. That's where you get the ones that are never gonna grow up. You get those ones that are on here too. They're just like that. They're so used to being babies. Never gonna grow up ever. Yeah, you can help your grandkids and shit, but like teach your fucking kids to like be
especially that
responsible
at that
and-
age where
and
she
fucking-
is. I mean, you got no one say like, yo, you shouldn't be out there, be in a relationship that long. It's the time you stop.
That mom needs to fucking wake that bitch up and say, look, you don't have a job. I'm here for my grandkid. Go get a job. Go do something with your life. That's all I have to say. That's why people don't grow up, because they don't have that responsibility. Like, are you dumb?
Some people don't want responsibility, and when they get it, they're like, well, shit, I need someone gonna help me take care of it, because her ex probably has kids of his own.
And you can see that girl is babied by the mom.
That's why I said the mom is gonna be there.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
mom needs to
hopefully.
wake her ass up, because what's she gonna go get pregnant by her ex every time?
Yeah.
Then what? The mom's in her what? Look like she's in her what, 60s?
Yeah, going on 70s.
Like, her mom should not be dealing with that shit.
But
She
a lot
should
of
just be a
stress.
grandmother and that's it, where she can, like,
She should be like, yes, you know what, my daughter has my grandchild coming.
Yeah, but
Her and her
she's gonna be
her man
having,
and her husband. But now she gotta worry about her not having no, you know what I mean? Is she gonna go back with the ex, or you know what I mean? Because that's true. Because the mom has a thought sense, like, yo, you're gonna have to tell your ex this is his kid, so forget about him. There's no more him in the picture. There's no more that dude in the picture.
that girl's gonna keep the baby at the mom's house. She's gonna be babysitting that in her 60s every day when she go party after. She's the type of bitch that will have the baby and tie her stomach and do all that fuckery shit and go fuck around. What are you talking about? She's gonna go party and go get like.
Remember, y'all, the woman said it, so I
She's
can't.
gonna go. She's gonna just. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's what she's gonna do.
So
Put the baby on her mom. You don't have no responsibility. That's what's gonna
she can't put the baby on the duty, say he's not taking care of the baby.
happen.
It's
Right.
not his.
Exactly. So she's gonna put it on the mom, and then when she has that baby, watch what happens. Just a repeated lifestyle.
Mhm. You're right.
What are you talking about? You're trying to put the baby on a man that's like, yeah, he loves you and shit, but like, fuck, you don't do that. That's wrong in so many levels. That poor mom. She's gonna have to watch that baby every night when she goes and parties and gets turned up with her fake ass eyelashes.
But what if the mom said, no, you gotta be a mom. I had to do it. I'm in my 60s. Like,
No, you just said the mom's gonna. It's her first grandkid. are you talking about? That mom's gonna do everything in power, but at the same time, she's gonna get sick of it. But it's her kid, so she don't baby, fucking 40-year-old, 50-year-old, whatever she is. That's sad. I don't even care what nobody says. Yeah, be there
I
for
know
your kids.
if we're gonna be adult and we're up in our we're up in our ages like that, we gotta sit down and say, yeah, it's time to be. We can't be being up in like 40 and 50s and being a child. Oh, you gotta take care of kid, or you gotta
No,
do this.
you gotta take care of that
No.
child because you're the one who. That's not his kid.
You're
Crazy ass bitches.
right.
It's social media shit that has them thinking they can do what these other fucking people do. And that's a sad thing.
You gotta be able to take responsibility. It's serious. All of us is crazy. All of us think is I'm gonna do this when I'm 50. I'm gonna do this when I'm 60. And then you start like catching up on it. You say like, fuck, I should have done this when I was this. I should have done this when I was in my and I'm in my 20s. I should have done this when I was in my 30s. I should have done this when I was in my 40s. And you're saying this now when you're in your fucking 60s. You see what I'm saying? The mom don't want none of that problem. Look at her. She don't want none of that problem. She was like, yeah. You know what I mean?
The mom thinks that that's a problem. Watching the baby come. Oh man, that's just a minor situation she's dealing with right now. Watch when that baby comes. I would hate to be that mom right now.
I hate to hear when somebody has pregnant and don't want to be responsible, like don't want to
Maybe that's why she never had kids in the first place.
Or I can't wait to push this baby out so I could go to the club and pop a bottle. I can't. I'm telling y'all, I do not want to hear that shit. I really get
What I don't get though is that it's the ex, right? So is that ex cheating on his girl, or is he single? Like, what's the deal? Because you guys aren't talking. What the fuck? Why would you even go back to your ex? The ex is an ex for a reason.
Clearly, the ex is with somebody else because she ain't trying to put the baby on him. He probably had, like what I said, he's probably got his baby on him. You know what I mean? And, yeah.
People are so dumb.
His kids are well.
Why the fuck are you gonna go back to your ex after 8 years?
Yeah, fucking
being in a relationship with someone else. That made no sense. I'm pretty sure exes are exes for a reason.
That's what
Even if you have kids with them, they're exes. Didn't work out the first time. It's not gonna work out the second time. Not gonna work out the third.
Baby comes. I don't know.
Maybe that's why they broke up in the beginning because they couldn't have babies. And she's so dumb. She's a class dumb. She's a definition of a dumb ass, trashy ass bitch. Yeah. Sad.
Yeah. See, and I have no pit there. You know, I take care of pit. That's like a lot of people are. A lot of y'all, I'm just like, I heard this one dude today talking about relationship and, but he don't want to be. He want to have what? What do you say again? He want to have kids when he's in his what, 80s?
He said he's gonna have a 20-year-old and he's gonna have kids when he's 80. So he's gonna be 80 and the girl's gonna be like 30 years younger. That's how they do it too these days.
That's what
to be old as
people
fuck.
Are thinking.
Not old, my bad, because I don't think old is old until you can't move. But
that's what they think.
That, the man said he's gonna be 80 with a 20-year-old and breeding her up, and then that's how they do it.
That is. When I heard that, I was like,
yeah,
wow.
Gross. No age ain't nothing but a number.
We don't want to be.
What the fuck you gonna do with a baby
parent.
at 80 years old?
No, when you're 80, you ain't gotta do it. What's he gonna do that? The girl's gonna do that.
That's wrong. You put all the fucking work on the woman. No. Whoever.
But then he was saying, "Oh, people should look after their kids and this and that." But look at the story that you put out there.
Yeah.
That was wild.
It made no sense.
Can't come out here and say nothing, Everything and everything. Y'all gotta understand.
I think you're just reading the comments too, though.
That is wild. to hear a man up in their 30s sit there and said, "Oh, I don't have no kids until I'm 80. And my great mom's gonna be 20." I said, "What, nigga? You in your 30s and you talking like that?
You say you're gonna find a
slap
20-year-old.
in your head? Yeah, a lie."
See, nobody watches my kids. I'll tell you that. You know who watches my kids? Their parents, mommy and daddy.
Because they got
Because
their
if
own.
anything happens to them,
Because
I'm gonna murder someone.
Because they got their
I'll tell you
own thing
that.
going on. That's like mommy and daddy could move around with their kids. That's a
Yeah.
good thing. Y'all better learn to stop moving around with your kids. But
No,
anyway,
people need to stop just pawning their kids off to anybody just because they want to go do a 1-2 thing. No, there's not that. That don't happen over here, honey. We want to go drink. The bar table right behind us. Yeah, we want to smoke. Yeah.
y'all gotta understand. But it's
We
crazy.
have trust issues with my kids. Like I don't.
It's crazy.
No one babysits my kids.
Y'all gotta know in
When
your
they're
body.
older, they can go visit whoever. We go as family, but it's not like I'm dropping my kids off to nobody. Because if anything happens, I don't care who you are, there's gonna be a major problem. It's different if the parents are right beside them and something happens. They're to blame. They're not being responsible. They're doing something that they're not watching their kids. Period.
But this woman here don't even want to watch no kid. She just want to have the baby and let someone be there for the baby and
Like you said, she would have pawned the baby off to the freaking
pretend to
guy.
be a one big happy family. I know how y'all think like that these days. Y'all is crazy.
That's the next thing. My oldest child is not watching my youngest. My 2-year-old is being watched at all time. My son is gonna be a child, a 12-year-old almost, and he's gonna be a 12-year-old. He has responsibilities, but
Our
Yeah.
responsibility is our responsibility.
right.
Y'all gotta watch these kids, man. How y'all make these people drop these kids off into these day camps and these, after I don't know if y'all have
Unless your child's like older, like 15 and up or whatever. They're very responsible. I'm not saying my child's not responsible, but my 2-year-old is very wild, and he can't stop her from doing everything. So yeah, she's very bossy,
had a lot.
and she's very demanding, and she likes to climb on everything possible. So my child, my 12-year-old, he's very responsible, but I'm not having him sit
What's
there
up,
and
Rice?
watch while we go
What's
to
up? Yeah.
didn't happen.
Chilling.
Rice, a Leo friend.
Chilling.
Cold.
Just chilling.
So he's talking about everything.
See in this video, this lady's trying to give this man a baby that's not even his.
I was looking at it, but I couldn't hear it just because I was in another talk that stemmed from a talk earlier today. But I seen it. I ain't know what's going on though.
Yeah, she pregnant with a
You're ratchet, bitch.
he found she must have been hiding some shit while he was underneath his bed, and he found that shit. You know what it is? She's wearing mattress.
Yeah,
He was trying to put his gun in.
Sneaky ass motherfucker. That's what she is. A sneaky ass, nasty ass ratchet bitch. Who puts it underneath the mattress knowing he has a gun that he puts underneath the fucking mattress? You've been in with him for 8 years. Maybe she wanted him to see it. What that? If you're gonna hide something, you should have hid it better than that. He hides his gun underneath the mattress. You know that.
What do you think about the games yesterday? Off topic for a bit. Rice.
I thought the Cowboys had them on the ropes, but they couldn't capitalize. But I won, so I was okay with everything. I made some money, but the games was pretty dope. I was in the Beast had a show yesterday. During the game, we was in somebody's show. We might have been in Beast show. We was in somebody's show yesterday.
Yeah, game was lit.
simple show. It was somebody's show. We've all watched the game together yesterday, but yeah, it was pretty. I was satisfied. My team sorry, so I just got to watch football. And I knew the man of the game. If I was gonna win any money, the man of the game was gonna be George Kittle, and that's what happened. So we want some money. We ain't tripping.
The defense in that game between the Cowboys and the 49ers was crazy. And then it seemed like the Cowboys they just they just gave up at one point. It's like when they kept getting stopped and they kept getting breakdown.
Yeah,
They wanted to get rid of the ball so fast, especially that last when they were at the end when they
yeah,
turnover. I said, yeah. I said, y'all got y'all they got y'all so like what I mean they're reading y'all so good right now. Y'all just doing everything too.
well, they became one dimensional when they got down and late. That's what happened. When you get down late, you're basically one dimensional because you have to you have to keep the clock stopped. Incomplete passes do that better because the clock runs when you run. So that's the worst predicament to put yourself in football. But they didn't have faith in their kicker because had they had faith in their kicker,
Right? Yeah, I said it. What I said. I said it though, Rice. Remember what I said last time? I said
Zeke he wouldn't have threw that second pick. He'd have thrown one pick, and that'd have changed the whole outcome of the way the game would have had been
right.
played.
And if you would have missed, if you would have get that kick and he wouldn't have missed it, then it would have been, it would have been a different because it would have been somewhere, it would have been more fight
Yeah,
into the game. That one kick, and I said, when 49, when they seen that they still got that, they still can't kick the ball. They're like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? Oh yeah,
yeah,
we're just gonna we're just gonna stop them and make sure they don't go to certain places. And then
uh,
when they got to the line now, and it's about time to them to do some ill will, they intercept them got still an interception.
yeah.
That
Good
was
pick.
crazy. I said, y'all battle all that way. But as I said, that a good defensive team though. They, they
Yeah,
they got a good offensive team coming up. The best offensive team is the Eagles. You know what I mean? But that's what I think. They scored the most points in it, so far. So I said that they're the best. But it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good game again. It's gonna be a good game again.
and that's why I was like, well, you know what I'm saying. It was that's what to me changed the outcome of the game. But
Everybody was talking. They bet at the money. The odds was for the Cowboys. You bet $300. You win $795. Imagine if you would have followed the odds, my nigga. That's crazy. You lose all your money. I tell people, nah, yo, don't do all that.
yeah,
I said I never. When they tell you something, do the opposite. Don't do all that. It's not basketball.
well, I play by the men. So George Kittle did good. Dak Prescott, he didn't do bad.
I know there is good defensive team, but
Yeah,
they never had to when they played against Chai What's good? Shout out to you on yeah, official shout out to Chai Fi. Shout out to y'all on the Philippine community. Good evening, much respect. Hit the like
but
button.
they couldn't. The thing about the game was they knew that Dallas did. That's why they was kicking field goals because they knew Dallas wasn't gonna trust their kicker. Had they
Mhm.
trust their kicker, man, I'm telling you, that game would have turned out just a little different.
But I said when I was breaking it down to who was I breaking it down to? Mugu. I said the kicker, bro. That kicker, if that kicker show up like he show up against, you know what I mean, the Bengals, the Niners are gonna laugh at them.
Yeah,
That's exactly what happened. You don't know football. Well, duh. It's strategy. Come on. You think they dumb their vet team? You know what I mean? And you see what I'm saying? They think they dumb. So when they missed that kick, I said, oh, here we go. That's when the game switched. When they
yeah.
did that, I said, here we go. I said, here we go now. The game's about to switch, and you know what I mean? They're about to take over because
That wasn't bad. The bad thing about it was they got down there again, and it was 6-3, and they could have made it another 6-point lead, if they would have trusted the kicker, and they didn't trust the kicker. That's they
Why would
remember
you
they
trust
made it
the
on
kicker when
fourth
he
down,
keep missing? He keep
and then
missing.
he
He
threw the
keep
pick. But you got to trust him to do his job. Now that one was a partial block, so that probably wasn't his fault.
Why is he? Put that up.
Yeah, that's not Rufio.
That's not Roofy.
I was about to say
They
because I
don't
was
talk
about
like
to
that.
block him.
You
I'm
don't have
I'm
no
about to
fucking
block him.
lives.
Yeah, that's just a stalker. He'll be all right.
Oh, you have a stalker, eh? Nobody has.
Yeah, I told you it's hard on a player.
But they played. I said, offensive team is, and they can't let the Eagles score them touchdowns and pile up because the Eagles they're gonna trust their kicker. They could kick, they could pass the ball, all that shit they could catch. You know what I'm
Was
saying?
that the
It's
game
gonna
that
be
was
defense.
Really snowy.
Yeah, no, that was I think that was the Buffalo game. The Buffalo and
That shit, I
yeah.
don't know how they
Buffalo,
play
they didn't
that.
look like they wanted to play. That's
That
the
shit's
Buffalo
like
game. I
wet.
said, "Well, we watching it." I mean, my girl was like, "What the
I
fuck?"
would.
We're like, "What's going on?"
They
here?"
must have like those. What are they called?
They look like the Bengals.
Those shoes
Yeah,
must
the
have,
Bengals.
like, some grip on
The
it.
Bengals were
Snow.
just running over them in the snow. I said, "Y'all are just y'all want to touch the ball." Yeah,
Those shoes must be like for like winter, something. Because I don't know how they play that.
Cincinnati did it to him. That surprised me, but it didn't. It didn't. I kind of expected that because the Bills don't have that tough of a division, so they kind of Cadillac through the season because of their division. But
You know what it is?
we'll see if they can do that in Kansas City.
I need to.
The Cowboys, though, they came out. They came out trying to be a bully.
And they were doing just that. That was the thing. That's what they were supposed to do.
I was like, uh-oh. I was like, yo.
They couldn't stop them. They couldn't.
I was like, they throwing punches. I told my girl, I said, they're throwing punches.
They couldn't stop them going up and down the field, but they didn't trust their kicker, so it didn't matter.
No. Like, they was. I'm like, remember I was telling them, like, yo, this game is gonna be a kick. I was saying I might be right. I kept telling you I might be right. The kicker is gonna mess this game up. Remember I kept saying that. I kept saying that.
But the point after didn't mess the game up. The game was messed up when they didn't trust him to kick that field goal when Dak threw that pick in the red zone.
But that also messed the game up too, because if they'd have got that point, you know what I mean? It would have been, and then they would have more to trust the kicker because, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you right.
More to trust the kicker, and you would have got it and win the game. Imagine that your kicker missed. You got that 1 point. Then if the kicker would have got that point, they would have trusted him to get that kick, right? Take that kick. I'm telling you. You get that 1 point, then you know what I mean? To think about all the score was, because it was a tight game. And then, Cowboy kick it, they win that game right there. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I guess they didn't want my playbook. They wasn't hearing me.
Like, Lord, they messed that up. But good game anyway. Good game.
The defense that 49ers played in that game and the interception that they did at the end, I said, this team is dangerous. To get that little interception so close right down there to almost to I said, this game is gonna be this game might be a Cowboys game. I said, yo, they got an interception. I said, boy. I was waiting for him to do that because I know he always throw his 1 and 2 interceptions. You know what I mean? I was hoping he does it. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, he's playing a good game.
That's what changed the dimension of the game right there. All they had to do was trust the kicker. You gotta let him do his job, even though he missed a lot. You pay him. You gotta let him do his job. What's up, guy?
Shout out to James. Much respect to James, though. I appreciate you coming through, James.
But you gotta let him do his job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you gotta live and die by that because you pay the man.
Mm-hmm. But the game
But
was crazy.
my Broncos out of it, so I'm satisfied. Like I said, George Kittle, he was the man of the day. And I said to myself, if they beat the Cowboys, they're gonna have to beat the Cowboys with the tight end. And I knew they could because I know George Kittle. They don't talk about him a lot, but yeah, he was the man.
Well, you know what? I'm
And
tired.
I cashed out. And I am not a representative for DraftKings, but I seem to do good in it. So I cashed out again yesterday. This has been a long time since I done cashed out in 2 games in a row. I hope I ain't jinxing myself.
I don't know, but that was wild
I hate
yesterday.
my phone. Like, I need a new phone.
That was
My
wild.
daughter broke my phone. She keeps
That was
throwing it.
wild.
So you got it on your phone.
That was wild. That was really good. As I said, I told you that was gonna be the best game, bro. That was the best game. That was the best game going in.
So you're running what?
Me too, Beast. Don't worry. I'm just talking while I'm doing them.
Yeah.
Putting my clothes on hangers and everything. Y'all can hear me good, can't you?
Yeah, okay, I can hear you pretty good, all right.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit down in a minute and smoke with Chef in just a second.
They was nice. I can't lie, but the Buffalo was just like I said, y'all playing in this, and she was like, oh, the snow. I said, no, babe, they could run through that snow.
No, the snow. Not when it's slippery and shit like that. You're crazy. The field was probably getting all icy and shit. Stop it.
Sad, yo.
You know, if you don't have
a regular team
the right shoes on or a lot of change of shoes in weather like that, man, you won't even be able to feel your feet.
But you guys, there's grip on those.
You got to have a lot of padding in them, fur, everything. That's cold.
Yo, I can only imagine they fall on their asses. Tourist boat needs like mine don't do consistently. Yeah, my son, he has chores too. We have him vacuum, clean his room.
Right.
He cooks too, but like
have them do it from early. You know what I mean? That's crazy because he started doing, majority.
He's very smart. He's an Aries, so you gotta watch for him.
If you're not teaching your kids how to do them things, they gotta help out. They want to be grown man, so they want to do certain things.
Right, so you're gonna be hanging those clothes up for hours.
You gotta teach them how to be.
Oh, I won't. I don't wash a lot of clothes. It don't even take me long to wash clothes. I ain't been washing clothes for 2 hours and I'm done.
I don't.
Because I wash clothes constantly. I don't believe in letting them stack up and then having a whole bunch of clothes all over the place.
No, I said with the hanging, I'm bad for hanging. Like I hang the clothes and then go rearrange it and then I'm bad.
All that.
I hate doing this. I want to be sitting down, to tell you the truth.
You gotta, get these kids from early, man. Let them start doing something. Keep them busy. Teach them how.
He does a good job of vacuuming. He doesn't miss a spot.
Maintain certain things and how to do certain things in their house.
I can't lie, babe. I used to hate when he used to vacuum because if I see like one spot he missed, I have to go do it over. It pisses me off.
And teach his kid how to do chairs.
He's good at his vacuum.
Because if they don't teach him how to do something in the house, they don't want to sit on the game all day on the computer or.
No, this morning he made that video.
Yeah,
like what?
Yeah.
He's like, I don't want no sauce on it this time. I'm like,
yeah. No, because there's no more sauce was done anyway.
Well, he didn't want none.
So yeah, you gotta get up and say you want something to eat. All right, it's something good to, especially when it's something easy, simple.
But he made it himself something this morning.
You should be able to make it by yourself, and your child should be able to make it. So he's making his own food and doing his own little thing. So that's how you gotta have them doing that. So certain things says, all right, it's your time to start cooking. coming up with your own ideas or thinking of certain things?
Well, when I was like 8 or 9, I was doing my own laundry. So 12 is an age where you should be able to cook and do shit like that.
I was gonna ask you, how old was you, Chef, when you started cooking? I started cooking. I was like 4 or 5 or 6. Well, it was because my grandpa was a chef, and he was a chef in the military.
I must have been like yeah, like 10, 9. I was observing and watching everything for like 2 years, and then I really started trying to do my thing at like 10 years old. But I was really doing like when you're like 7, you're just doing your little mixing. I was doing this little other stuff like putting peels and this stuff, but it wasn't really food. I was just like doing my imaginary shit, like just doing
Yeah,
until like in 10. I was like, yeah, all right. I started making. I remember but I remember that's when I started. From there, it was on. I just started cooking shit.
but see, the one advantage, a lot of people that I met, they started cooking bacon on the stove, so they started cooking it. They started cooking late. Like me, I think I was about 5 years old. We used to make our own bacon, but we made our bacon in the oven. You just put it on the pan and put it in the oven. We baked it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
When I was eating bacon, I used to do.
But I noticed as I got older, because I thought that was normal, I noticed a lot of people put their bacon, they used a skillet. They fried it.
Mhm.
They be getting popped and stuff. I'd be like, ooh, they going through hell over some bacon.
Mhm.
I think it's better in the oven because I just like it in the
I
oven.
think it was the rice that I cooked. I cooked the white rice when I was at my first done. But it was. I remember they were saying, oh, it was good, but you put
But I think
water.
that's with me and all my cousins. I think that's the first thing we ever really cooked in the oven was because they're good at German food, but their mom is German, so they cook a lot of schnitzel and stuff like that. That like cucumber salad and stuff like that. But their mom is German, so they got that kind of cuisine. Me, I'm just kind of all over the place. Cajun dude was the guy who I was under the most.
Right. I'm telling
But the
you.
basis of it started like with my grandma and my grandpa. Because with my grandma and grandpa, they always made everything came from scratch. So I know how to make dough. You know what I mean? Stuff
Eggs,
like that.
cheese, and shit. Biscuits. I love making bacon.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I remember. That's crazy. I can't believe it's funny how you said that because I'm like, what did I cook again when I was like, okay, yeah, rice.
So my
But I
son,
meant I
he
remember
won't do the eggs.
I messed it up. I put way too much water in it. Not way too much, just a little bit of water too much. Yeah, I mean,
That soggy shit.
like when you put the water in, it's
I
like,
know too much and it just.
and just like when you take it up, it's just like kind of mushy. That's what it was. But I tried, but then they kept letting me do
I
it
want freaking rice
over
pudding
and over
right
again.
now.
My parents kept saying, yeah. My mom actually kept saying, yeah, do it again. My aunt kept saying, do it over again. You know what I mean? And then my uncle kept saying, do it over, do it again, do it again. And then,
Wow.
I made that shit perfect.
I'm going to bed soon. Keep you on time with my nap.
Watery rice. Mm.
You like that shit? Make
Yeah.
a soup out of that.
Cutting the potatoes. That's one thing I hated was peeling and cutting potatoes. That was bullshit.
Yeah, potatoes.
Yeah.
Can't lie.
Now they have those what do you call them?
Peelers.
Peelers, and they have
Yeah.
those machine things.
I
Back
remember,
then it was like a nice little paring knife.
I
We
remember
use a pair of knives. You
Yeah,
sure
do a
right?
good job. Some people do a good job, better than a peeler.
Shit. I still sometimes don't even want to use a
I
peeler.
remember, and like when I was at the restaurant, my first time at the restaurant working there, I was like, yeah, I'm a dishwasher. And then I'm like, yeah, no, what? You know what I mean? So I'm like, I want to know something else. You know what I mean? Got there and then they just bought me soda potatoes on me. I'm like, whatever. I mean, so I peel potatoes. I start doing some shit from there. And I start working my way around. It was like kind of like, that's why I said, I don't know why these people be teaching them the jobs these days, because I remember when I went for a job, I mean, as I said, it was a Renforce. It's an American company too. You know what I mean? Because it's not.
The Rayforce Cafe.
Yeah, it's not. It's. They have their businesses in Canada, but it's not. Whenever you work, I work from the dishwasher to the, you know what I mean, to the hot section, like, you know, the prep and the cold section. You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't want to work on none of that.
He said he really great.
I just want to go straight and cook. You know what I mean? I just want to go cook. I was already going to school for it, so I was thinking like, yo, I could use that to my advantage and put it as my thing. I might, you know, make me look good in school. I use it. You know what I mean? I use it also. You know what I mean? To show my teacher like, yeah, I'm already doing this. So, and no, I mean,
have you ever been evil and made people peel on like cut and peel and cut onions?
I know you probably did that. You did that.
I don't give a fuck. If you can't do that, then get the fuck out of the kitchen, period.
I was trying to make me.
I remember the one guy, he did not want to do onions. So I'm like, no, you gotta do onions. Doesn't matter if you don't like the fucking.
But don't, man. When we do something, we do a catering right now with the onions involved. We'll do the onions.
You're doing onions. I don't mind doing them, but
something
yeah.
about onions that you cannot like.
No, that only happened because remember I told you I thought there was something wrong with me with onions? Because I used to be able to cut any onions without tears coming to my eyes, but then it went to the red onions and the green onions. That was not normal. But I'm good now. I can get like 20 onions and just be fine. Mm-hmm.
I saw the pizza peppers.
Yeah.
You get a vegetarian one for me too.
Yeah, because you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No pepperoni on it.
I just put the mushrooms on it.
I haven't ate meat for like 3 months now, but I'm good though.
I done made those because I'm like, you know, I gotta, you know, it's the game. The games, you know what I'm saying? I make something.
Yeah.
Game, and that was perfect for the, you know, you want to appetize it. I thought it was just this, you know, marinara sauce. You can make your own marinara sauce, or
Yep.
You know, and there's put, you know, you could put, you know, meat, or you could just put your cheese, but you know, I just put the whole cheese.
Those were so good.
That was good. Plus,
I didn't care that there's no pepperoni.
We had a little bun on the side. We just dip it in the sauce.
It was actually a Philippine sweet bun.
Which it
was so freaking good.
So my son now he's like, yeah, there's 2 recipes that I want. That's crazy. Cause he be trying to learn all our recipes. He be telling us which one he wants. Like
I was strolling through the shorts as I was watching the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, another one on the day. Wasn't it like a fish?
Yeah.
That was so good too.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. For some reason I turned 40 and I got allergic.
Yeah?
Yeah, to seafood. I used to eat it all the time.
Well, that happens though.
I ate some, well, it was bassa, so I might be allergic just to that fish. But ever since I ate that happened, I haven't tried no seafood at all. Well, yes, I did crab cakes and it still acted the same. I still had the same reaction. But I love crab cakes.
That's how we had like other
that
people.
That sucks.
People mad at us because they're like, oh, you guys do this. They're like, oh, you guys do that. You guys do that.
Seafood
sucks. When they come, they're like, oh, you guys do this. You guys do that. Yeah, but I could do everything. We're like, oh. Like, you know, even when we made when the guy did the catering for the 2 blueberry cheesecake, he's like, oh, it's like, you know, like he was shocked. He wanted to say something, but he's like, oh,
I'm gonna ask y'all. I'm gonna do another challenge. I think I asked y'all this about 5 or 10 years, about 5 years ago. Maybe not that long ago though. But remember when I asked y'all to make one of them Jamaican rum cakes?
Yeah, right.
Oh, we made that. Not this.
Y'all need to put that. Y'all need to cut a slice of that open and put that on there on them boys.
All right. Got you. I just need I just need to get, because I need the best wine is, because the wine that makes it really soft is the red label wine. So you got your rum, your red label wine. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Or you might just put the fruit. So the red label wine,
Espresso.
the red label wine though is really is what, and the rum is what you mix together. So that's it's like you can get that. You can't even get that in the liquor store. I mean, in Brooklyn you can. You know what I mean? But over here, it's only
You
certain
can't
places.
get it.
You get it like in certain places, but I don't know if they really have them ever since they're very hard to find ever since the pandemic. You know,
Can't
Things like-
find Alex.
Yeah.
You can't find
Yeah, but
Bambino. You can't
the
find
red
nothing.
the red label wine is the best wine, and the rum and the white rum. So you don't make that cake, your brownie, your food coloring, your food coloring,
Brownie.
the brownie. You put your fruits in there. You know what I mean?
I don't like it the one with the fruit though.
But yeah, we're gonna get into that, guys. We're gonna get into that.
We made
Yeah,
it
that-
like
We're
years
gonna get
ago.
into that. Not for kids, yeah.
Remember when I made it and I
Not for
put
kids.
the icing on it?
Not for kids. Not for kids.
No, that ain't for kids. You can't get it.
You want to make it nice and wet and make it like really, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Use it majority of with the red label wine and a little bit of rum. You don't want to you know what I mean? You want to have the
Overdo
rum
it.
taste. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It has to be really set. It has to be perfect. And that shit could just mess up. And you have like a different, but that's a nice cake. You know what I mean? It's Christmas time cake. We haven't made that cake in a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do
But
that
you know
next
why we haven't made that cake? Is just having my daughter, and you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, kid.
I always understand. You know what I mean? When he's like my
She'll
daughter,
whine
my
and
daughter will
she'll-
know. My daughter will know what's up and still trying to bully your way. Like, you know what I mean? She'll
She's a Leo, so you know what it is.
she'll
Get her
still
way.
try to bully your way, knowing that what's going on.
She
And I
don't
was
care.
like, yeah, I don't really care. You know what? That whatever. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not making that around her. She will
She'll
find,
dig right
she'll
into
find her way somewhere how to get into that. She'll figure it out.
She's mean.
I
She's a mean
can't-
one.
the type of cake you can't leave in the fridge. You gotta have it out because the rum don't make it spoil. You see what I'm saying? It keeps it nice. You know what I mean? So you want the rum sweats the cake, the wine.
That's dry.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And you just you don't want
The berries, you gotta soak them.
you don't want it dry. Yeah, and if you're gonna put your fruits in, you gotta soak it. You know what I mean?
People eat. Yeah, I was just looking at that beast talking about them sweet potatoes. I love sweet potatoes, especially but not the fried sweet potatoes. I don't know. That ain't the same. That's terrible. It just ain't the same. People
like
have
sweet
sweet
potatoes?
potatoes that are fried, and it's just not. It's not. That's not right.
I like the fries. Rice.
You like the fried sweet potatoes?
I like it, but I like it with like a seasoned mayo or something. But it has to be the right sweet potato, because if it's not the right sweet potato, it's not gonna taste like a sweet potato.
We started selling them. They was selling like crazy, but when they was like, we're gonna move to this. Do you think you can do something with these? Because this is something new that they say is out. We was wondering if you could work with them, and so I made them, and then I ate like a couple of them, and I was like, oh, that's not bad. You know what I mean? Put some powdered sugar on them,
Mhm.
and I was like, this ain't bad. But the more I ate, it was like the worse they got. I was like, this ain't real good. But they sold like hotcakes. Like people like bought them a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I know it was probably just not my cup of tea. But I love sweet potatoes, like cooking sweet potatoes. Mashed with seasoning with sugar and cinnamon. I like that more than that fried sweet potato. I was like, this is terrible.
It could be because
But-
it's like grease, not greasy, but
Yeah.
could be because of the
So that's supposed to
Well,
be-
they're mashed. They got water.
Yeah, the thing about sweet potato, right? When you take them out, they're not supposed to be greasy. They're not gonna be that greasy like regular fries. they
Guilty pleasure.
that means something must have been wrong with them. Unless there was something else, you know. Unless there was
Yeah, I didn't.
It could have been a different
I
potato.
would taste a lot of people's. You know, we go a lot of places, eat a few places, and some somebody would always get, sweet potato fries as a appetizer, and I would always taste it and go, "Nah, it's still the same." Because I would
yeah.
always go, maybe it's that sweet
So you
potato.
don't you don't have salt and pepper on it?
Well,
Here we
I
go.
put ketchup on it one time ranch, because they said ranch is good.
No, like you try salt and pepper on the sweet potato fries with a seasoned mayo. Let me know what you think.
That's the way.
Yeah.
He has to try
Uh,
the seasoned mayo.
ketchup,
No,
mayo,
he has to try the
lemon
seasoned mayo.
juice.
That shit is so good.
Ketchup, mayo, lemon juice, salt and pepper.
I was
And,
gonna say
and then
that's
and you mix
that
that
sound like almost sound like remoulade sauce.
and you mix it up. And you put your little olive oil if you want a little bit.
Yeah,
Right?
get it orange.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
about it.
I just like the mayo seasoned with just all purpose and all that shit. I
Yeah,
don't like too much.
Yeah, she
in
puts
mine.
all purpose in there too. You
I
can
like
put
to
all-purpose.
yeah, like the all purpose that we have is like a really good all purpose. And then we just add like you can add like a little
But for him that
paprika,
don't eat all purpose, you could put salt and pepper with this ketchup and the mayo mixed
maybe some
together.
paprika. Or
Yeah,
something.
paprika, yeah, or lemon juice, a little bit of olive oil, you mix it. You
But I get what he's saying with sweet potatoes because they're good, but like too much of it is like sickening. They have like sweet potato tots, like the
Mhm.
tater tots.
Mhm.
They have that, and that sounds like a motherfucker. But I get what he's saying. Like it
Yeah,
kind of gets to
yeah,
it's
yeah.
the grease.
Sweet potato is a thing over here still.
oh yeah,
We're trying to put. That's why you see me did the one time with the whole sweet potato with the whole thing that I did with a shirt one time. And
yeah.
people like that, So we do stuff.
Hmm.
When you do stuff like that, now you're drawing attention. You might get a couple of caterings for that,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People like it. I can't knock it. People like it. It's just wasn't my cup of
I didn't
tea.
like.
You know what I'm saying?
Trust me, I didn't like it. Then she started eating it. I mean, remember when we first started, going out, and we started eating at places,
But it has to be a specific sweet
and
potato.
she
for
was
me to
getting
eat
it,
it.
but then
I don't
when
like
she started making it, I was like, all right, this is more of like, I like this.
Yeah,
Getting it from
yeah.
someone else is like, no. Because
I think the only one that had good was what's his name up on the mountain. He had really good. I can't lie. I could eat that shit.
you know what I like when I go
But
to.
it is the aftertaste too. It's the you can't eat too much of it. That's why.
You know what I like, rice? When you go to these carnivals, right? And then you got these homemade fries with the potato. They just put the potato in the smasher and they just smash it, wash it
Yeah.
out, right, and put it on the fry and
That's what
put
they do.
salt and pepper
That's
in
what
that.
they do up there.
I like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
I like that.
See, what I do is I put vinegar water in a bucket and smash a few of them, and then I let them soak.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I like that more than any just eating McDonald's fries or Burger King fries.
Yeah, man.
Fries.
For some odd reasons, I like the ones that soak for a little while. They always are the best to me. Seem like they fry the best.
Yeah, they do. When you and the next thing is like how you do the French fries. So you cut them up and you not blanch,
Mhm.
kind of blanch some, and then you freeze them.
Yeah.
That's
And then
so fucking good.
Mhm. It's
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 like they get crispier.
yeah, it's,
Crispy or something. Yeah, there's something about them. They're more crispy.
it's all about how you gotta know how to you gotta know as I said you could cook the food, but you gotta know how to what to do with the food and how you can make it better and when to keep it in it, how long you can keep it in the freezer and how long not to keep it in the freezer. You
Yeah.
don't want your fries get freezer burn. You know what I mean? Because you could take them stuff and cook them out. Like I said, put them in the freezer, get them but crispy, but you don't want to keep them too long. You might have them in the freezer burn, especially.
Well, obviously, if they're in there for months, they're gonna be. But it's also not. It's a potato.
But if you got a fridge, like it depends on what the fridge is.
No, it's depending how you package it, and if it's in a freezer.
And a cooler.
Cooler is not
Not a cooler, like like a regular.
like a freezer.
Yeah, freezer fridge. But yeah, I like those fries. Yeah. I like those fries. I gotta turn them. Those French fries are the ones that I like though, because those ones are they're more like they're more filling than just getting like too much salt on these. All they do is put the salt on your kids' French fries and put them in the bag and give it to you.
Yep.
I don't like getting my shit for my daughter. Like, no. I get different fries than these.
Yeah.
I talk about food once in a while. I do the food. As I said, I'm trying this whole. You're gonna see a lot of stuff like me doing like a whole lot of more like simple stuff, but like a lot like really good stuff. I mean, I was like thinking, I'm like, damn, it's a new year. Like I see everybody's people doing the same, making it. I try not to put the same. You ain't gonna see me put the two videos in 1 year on my channel. If I ain't got nothing to do, I try to come up with something. But I'm doing a whole lot of different types of food. I'm trying to think of even trying to try some vegan and see how that works. How is that gonna? Have you ever tried any vegan? Rice? Any vegan food?
Nuh-uh. I don't understand it.
Nobody over here vegan over here, but I'm just saying I just want to see, how that's how like I'm trying to understand it though. Because as a chef, you gotta understand. It's not about like even if you want to own, you get back into that too, right? I know you say you want to get back into that type of field, so you gotta, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, but I was like, damn, everybody, gluten free, this, vegan, that.
Yeah.
Man, I'm gonna have to look into that.
I understood right when
Crazy.
in the age of information, it turned on a dime.
Mhm.
Everybody started wanting to get more healthier. The pandemic scare, all kinds of stuff made everybody want to get more healthier. So we got a lot more vegans and um vegetarians now, in which that's okay because I like cooking for the vegetarians because I understand, what's not meat and not to incorporate it. But the vegans, you got to watch anything that's related to an animal.
I don't know. I don't know, I don't know about all that stuff. I never know. I remember Hazy was telling me just get this and you mix it with that and it put it in the flour and then the butter and it becomes vegan chicken. I said, wow, crazy. And then
Yeah, but it's not chicken unless it's chicken.
I don't know about the cheese shit either.
I mean, if you're going to dip some broccoli in some tempura batter and fry it and say it tastes like chicken, okay, that's cool. Because you can make your tempura batter. You can make that. You can make that taste like chicken batter. I mean, some restaurants, I worked at one restaurant that I learned that, they sell fried onions. And really, these onions, the batter they made was the same batter that they dumped they put the chicken in.
That
So
shit,
it had that.
I tried that. I tried that shit before. Man, when I think about that shit, 360. Oh, my stomach turns on like it. Do not.
Yeah, that.
I was just like, I was just like, what, people got their Allah diet, they this and that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, let me just try it. You know what I mean? I had my dude at the time. He was on that diet. So I'm like, all right, let me. I said, damn, that's crazy. That shit right there. Man, that shit nasty, dog.
Yeah, beast.
Shit nasty.
And so you see a lot of people using tempura batter, and that's all they using is tempura batter on
That's why I gotta try it. I gotta see what the vegan, because if I try that, the tofu, like you see what I'm saying, right? I gotta
tempura batter is usually what's around the onion ring. So that's the same thing they putting on this some of these broccolis and stuff like that. And when they fry them, yeah, it's gonna look like that. But it's not what it is. I mean, you frying broccoli or
that shit crazy.
but you can fry anything. I don't know if in Texas, they fry ice cream. We fry ice cream out here. Has anybody ever had any fried ice cream?
Fried ice cream.
Yeah.
I think I think my girl have tried it. I'm gonna have to ask her. Wait, huh? Yeah.
You know what
We tried it from a Chinese place.
you know what? Oh, okay. Because you know how to make the batter. It's really simple. I usually use something a really, really sweet cereal like Captain Crunch or Frosted Flakes. And I mix that with flour and grind it up just like it's the flour.
Right.
And then, you might want to add some sugar if it's not sweet enough to be the crust
Mhm.
when you fry it. Yeah, but that's what that is. We fry candy bars. They fry everything out here.
Yeah, they put
You
a
can
lot of
literally walk in the store and say, I want a fried Snickers. And get a fried Snickers.
but I try to stay away from yeah
I know, but chef, some of that stuff be good.
I'm like
Yeah, beast. All that. Oreos, Twinkies. What a lot of people don't understand is that you're not frying what's inside, like chicken.
I had that. It was no, I wasn't impressed when I had that. I mean, I don't know. I had it. I guess it all depends on who you had it from. I had it from a Japanese. They had it.
Was it good? It wasn't no good.
What was that, right? I don't even know what to think of it. Like, and as I said, I'm not an ice cream person. My girl's more of the ice cream. I only got it because she wanted. You know, what I mean?
Yeah.
When you go with your girl and you're getting something, and she's like, "Oh, I get it." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got it too. I'm like, okay. End up coming back with it, and it was like, what? And this was like recent too. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I'm not an ice cream fan. I like, I like, rum and raisin ice cream.
Already.
That's the ice cream that I like. I don't really like these. Even when I go to a place and I'm not really. I don't know. I don't like some of the stuff they put in these ice creams. It's like, which is nothing. All it is just food coloring, and you know what I mean. And they're charging you the prices
Mm-hmm.
and vanilla and sugar. That's all it is. But
You're right. In a machine,
yeah,
a churn, a deep freeze churn, not like the old school churn.
mhm. Not really an ice cream person though. Candy, ice
But
cream. I don't really like jump. If I'm eating ice cream, it has to be like maybe something with vanilla. Or, yeah, we good. That's it.
If I had my choice of ice cream all the time, it would be some kind of sherbet. I love sherbet. Like that's some good stuff.
Mhm.
But we get ice cream here, more than likely it's gonna be some kind of caramel and pecan, because that's what they like. And that ain't bad either. I like that. Or pralines. I like that.
Mhm.
Just to have a little bit of salt in the ice cream with all the sugar.
The ice cream is, yeah, like, see, like that type of ice cream you like, when you like to do it like your way and do it a little bit of this
Hmm.
and put your own.
But chef, it is a moneymaker. I used to be general manager of Cold Stone Creamer. And it is a huge moneymaker. My guy was just going broke and crazy because he franchised out and he spent all he had on it. And all of his stores wasn't doing good. But it was I'm gonna tell you, it's a good money maker. I often think about jumping back into that too.
Right. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's actually something that I don't have to do it by myself, but I could. You know.
Yeah, I like the ramen raisin and vanilla, too. Yeah. My son, he loved the chocolate. My daughter, she like a vanilla fan. I don't know. She just likes anything to do with any ice cream or fruits, or she'll eat the fruits and ice cream and all that. Like, she'll. But me, I just like one. I'm just like a ramen raisin, dude. That's it. Or, yeah, I like my ice cream or my vanilla. Depends if I'm like super like having like a high out, or we just and we're like it's a hot. I'm up on the ice cream chilling. Yeah, we in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, um,
Yeah, that mint chocolate chip ain't no good at all, beast. You ain't never lying.
chocolate chip.
Yeah, ugh, that is terrible. That tastes, I don't know. That and that bubble gum. Bubble gum ice cream was terrible. That tastes like Pepto Bismol. There was no reason for them to make that kind of ice cream.
They always gotta make something with some taste or something. Trust me, somebody like that. That taste.
I don't know how them kids loved it. I think they loved it because it was a bright pink, but other than that, that was terrible. Terrible. That meant you really had to have a different kind of tongue to mess with that mint chocolate. Is this that video?
No, it's Oh, you wanted to see the other video? I put
It don't matter.
I
It
run it
don't
back.
matter.
I run it back for. I run it back for. I run it back for. I run it back. I run it back. I run it back. I run it back. Let me start this one. Okay. She went to her mama's house. Why when they do something, they always go to their mama's house? Okay.
Uh-oh.
With my temper
You're
slim,
wrong. I'm wrong. You're my daughter, and I'm gonna tell you, you're wrong.
man, this got me, man. I'm at home putting the gun under the bed. I just pulled up over here at my mama house. Sheena got me up, dog. I'm putting my gun under the bed, and I find a discharge paper, a medical discharge paper from the hospital. This when it went for some like abdominal pain or some shit, and the shit the paper said pregnant. They told me shit, bro. Ain't no, that ain't no way it's mine. Ain't no way it's mine. We was broken up when this shit happened. This told me shit. She got a whole lot of explaining to do. Got me up. Open this door, man. Man, open the door, man. Stop. Open the door. Sheena, open the door. Sheena, open it. Sheena.
What's wrong?
Hey, what the, what's this? What's up, dog? What the, no, what is this?
What is it? What is it?
What is this, Sheena? What you mean with discharge papers? Discharge paper in the hospital saying you pregnant. It's discharge. No, ain't no. Man, you gotta explain that shit.
I'm trying to explain shit.
Putting a gun under my head. I don't give a about none of that. I don't about none of that.
Okay, whatever.
No, you finna talk to me.
I ain't gotta talk to you.
You finna talk to me.
I ain't gotta talk
I'm putting my gun under the paper saying you pregnant. We wasn't together with you. It ain't mine. It's not mine. How the hell? I'm saying, how the I'm gonna get pregnant by somebody? We wasn't together when it happened. But you back at my house. You back living in my house. And you got
give me enough time to tell your ass.
Ain't
All
no-
you do is jump up and leave. I'm trying to tell you last
Hold
time.
on. It's not mine. So I'm saying, it's not my baby though.
It's not.
So who
You know what she said, Rice? You didn't give me time to tell you.
Well, shit. All the time that she need.
You didn't give me time to tell you. Hold on, don't worry.
I don't know why these niggas be right. Go ahead.
What you talking about? That's the problem. I know it ain't mine. So I did the math. I did the math.
Right.
I did the math. It ain't mine. And okay,
I'm
that's
glad you
what I
did
said.
that.
So what you told? So
So
what's
what? So what?
So what's
It's not. But it's, you gonna take care of it.
who finna? You got me.
You.
Who
You
taking care of it? Who taking care of it?
You.
You got me.
I guarantee you gonna take care of it.
I guarantee you.
I've been
I don't.
dealing with your for 8 years, man. You do what you want to do.
But I ain't never
8
take.
years
And I ain't
straight.
never had no baby on you though.
I
I
don't
ain't
do
never.
okay,
So,
your baby was taking
so you-
pregnant.
so-
And I'm keeping it. And it's good.
so you not finna stay at my house. You not finna
I
stay at my
guarantee you
house.
I am.
You not
Put
finna
me
stay at my
out.
house.
Put me out.
You not finna stay. I'm gonna put you out. That shit gonna be
You ain't
there.
gonna bring
I
me
guarantee you.
Hold up, Brandon. Hold up, Brandon.
16.
Hold up. I am tired. I'm tired of you and Sheena with this bullshit.
Miss Co-
1 minute y'all together, next minute y'all ain't.
What-
I am sick and tired of it.
Miss Carson, I don't mean no disrespect in your house, but she out of order for that. She trying to tell me she trying to tell me I'm supposed to keep a baby that ain't mine and she done had on the side.
That's the most ridiculous part, right there, when she said to keep the baby. You're keeping it.
Yeah, that. Well, she can keep it if she wants to. That's the thing. He can't stop that. Either he got to either deal with it or not. And she telling him
No,
that
but she said he's got to take care of the baby. She said he's got to
And-
take care of the baby.
and she said, yeah, what she said is you gonna deal with it. If this the game they play, she's entitled to think he's gonna deal with it because they've been breaking up and doing like she told him, you do what you want to do. Okay, I slipped up and got pregnant, but you do what you want to do. So at one point in time, she was trying to be faithful, and he didn't look like he was.
All right.
But she don't want what she's saying is she don't want the dude who baby it is. But dang, if he ain't gonna be with her, all he had to do was right there and say, "Okay, I'm not gonna be." There ain't nothing to argue about after that. I wouldn't even went over there. I'd have just called her and said, "Look, I can't do this," and because I found this right here, and let me clear my head so we can talk about this. But if you tell me that this is another dude, baby, well, and we supposed to be together, well, I can't. At this point, I can't trust you. I can't have a neighborhood of kids over here. So if I let you get away with this, you'll do it again. I'll be taking care of kids I ain't had. And that's one thing that's important to a man is his lineage, his bloodline.
That is something else.
But I wouldn't have been over there arguing with her mama. And after she said what she said, okay, it ain't yours. You gonna keep it. I'd have been like, okay. And when she said put me out, I say you sure right. I immediately went to that, working on that part, putting her out.
All right, the minute she said it ain't mine, I'm gone. I'm like, all right, good.
Yeah, that's it. We don't have nothing else to talk about.
But you know,
I'm not
like
gonna argue with you about what we've been going through for 8 years, uh,
like
all the time.
I like went through the window. There's a reason.
That kind of that
There's a
we
reason
having
why
the same argument for 8 years that we ain't fixing shit.
there's a reason why we went through that though.
Hmm.
Look what's going on.
Hold on, let me go get me some ice. Yeah.
Mhm. 8 years though, and then you pull up with a baby. I mean, you saying, "Oh, you're allowed to do this. You're allowed. Y'all can you see. Y'all can't be telling these girls that we can have an open relationship. And when they come home with a baby, they're gonna be blaming on y'all. You said this. You said that. No, you got to take care of the baby. Hmm. That shit is crazy. That shit is wild. Gotta be able to take care of your kids. If you want to lay down, there's a possibility you might get pregnant. Go to the female, whoever, do it on top of her. Yeah, you might become a dad tonight. You never know. If you want to know,
Already, chef. Okay.
you don't want to take care of the kids and all that shit. And
He should.
mama looking G'd up too, like she a pimp. And
Yeah, he don't have to. And mama, like she say, she tired of it. So obviously, this been going on for a long time.
hmm hmm too long.
Mama just got off work.
She
She was
like
probably
what?
watch TV. She was trying to do something. Her show is on. She had to pause her show. And she got the remote in her pocket. Look at her pocket.
I thought that
That's
was
the
a phone.
remote control. Either the phone or remote,
No, I thought that was a phone.
one or the other.
Hmm.
But she say she tired.
Must have been talking to somebody. But if you're staying at your mama's house, you gotta, let her know what's going on. Like, look, give her a heads up. Let know, like, look, you're gonna have a baby. It's not for him. It's for this person.
But shit, that's a hard thing to tell your mama. Cause I know my sister told my mama, they be like, well shit, don't you think you need to tell him, leave him alone?
Hmm.
Before he kill you and that baby? You can't never tell what a man gonna do when you bust a man heart like that. That's why she mentioned. I tried to tell you. She don't know when the right time to slide it in there on his ass. Cause she don't want to go nowhere. Where's she
Mom,
gonna go?
mom,
Right there where she at?
yeah, the mom. The mom is probably thinking like, man, this is my first grandkid, and I'm going through this. I gotta do all this fight and all this battle. Yeah, it's crazy. But at least she knows who it is. She knows it's the ex.
Bingo.
She knows it's the ex. know what I mean? Yeah,
Damn.
you're fucking your ex. So yeah, that's a lot.
A whole baby. A whole no. Come out here and talk. Tell them about what you did. It ain't mine.
A baby.
It ain't mine. Yeah, she got a whole baby. She got a whole baby. She got a whole, yeah. Tell her. Tell you, don't get quiet now.
Tell your
Don't get
mama.
quiet now.
Tell your mama.
Miss Carson, I put my
Tell your mama.
I went out.
no, it don't matter. Yeah, it don't.
Doing our little breakup.
So what?
All right, we always do.
Yeah, okay, we.
Now, they don't give you the right. First off, I don't even got time for your shit.
What you talking about? You see what I'm saying? She too dumb. She don't ever want to listen to nobody.
Dumb.
She trying to tell me I'm about to kick the back. She trying to tell me. She trying to tell me. She trying to tell me I gotta. You telling me I gotta keep a baby? Miss Carson. Miss Carson. No, I don't. That's old. She trying to tell me, Miss Carson. She trying to tell me that I have to take care of a baby that's not mine that she had on me. I'm not trying. Where the baby at? What baby? Where here? It's his baby.
I don't talk to him no more.
So what you think? It's not my. You got
Take care of her.
See what I'm saying?
You're gonna take
You
care
see
of
what
her.
I'm saying? There's no way you raised her to be like this.
You're gonna take care of all the shit I accepted out of your no good ass.
Man, I'm not trying to
But
take
you
a good.
keep accepting it.
Thank you.
But that's what I know. I made somebody else like you. There was one mistake that he come over here acting like he was.
That's a big ass mistake.
Okay.
You talking about a damn baby.
I'm keeping it. It's here.
It's okay.
It's here.
Well, you can't
There's
come.
nothing can be
Miss
done
Carson.
about it
Miss
no
Carson.
more.
I love this girl to death. I promise
And
I
if you
love
love me to
this girl.
death, like I love you,
I love this
you
girl
want
to
to
death.
accept my baby.
I love this girl to death, but I'm not gonna be with her and she done had a baby by another dude. And she wasn't even gonna tell me. I had to find it because I'm putting my gun under the mattress.
You don't even give me.
Well.
Well, that was the end of that. Time to go. What do you want her mama to say? He want her to confirm it.
Right.
I mean, she said herself, all the stuff. You make all the mistakes. I make one huge mistake, and now it's the end of the world.
But that is the end of the world mistake. You know, in her.
I think people misjudge when people say a mistake is a mistake or a sin is a sin. Yeah, but the consequences are different. Like you don't get treated the same for stealing as you get treated if you kill somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's both of them are wrong. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So you won up them, baby, and you got exactly what you wanted by yourself. I mean, if that was the kind of relationship y'all had, the one-up relationship where you keep doing something and I keep forgiving you because when I'm a have my excuse whenever it go down, whenever I get it caught, my excuse is already gonna be, you did it too. But that's what I say. That's very detrimental to society because that's how you stay in the wars.
Yeah, yeah.
So I feel bad for him. But dang. I feel bad for him too, but golly. I'm glad I wasn't never the type of dude that go spend 8 years breaking up, going back and forth with somebody, man. We break up once. We might can get back together again, but it'd be hard for me.
Trying to give you a baby.
I ain't never broke up with somebody and then some years later was like, you know what? I really did love you and now let's be together. Nah. Once we break up, there's a reason why we broke up and it wasn't to get back together. We could have stayed together to get back together. No.
And if you keep getting back together and stuff like that keep happening, what's the point of getting back together?
Yeah.
Get back in, yeah, but let me get into this other one right here. This one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. I can't even think about that. And who put themselves in that situation.
Yeah.
But this dude might have that dude because he let's know he talked about the kids. I said y'all be talking, crazy shit.
Go ahead, play this one.
Better see you. Yeah, bro. Bro, I used to take care of him, bro. She broke up.
Starting taking care of your kids, man. It goes to everybody.
You don't gotta get out, bro. Better see you. Yeah, bro. Bro, I used to take care of him, bro. She broke up with me and got with another. Bro, how you sound? You talking about you I can't, bro. I can't take care of the kids. Shut that shit up, bro. I can't take care of the kids and she with another man, bro. Hey, dog, shut that shit up because you pissing me off, bro. I damn near ain't gonna want you in my car because I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, you talking about it is that serious, bro. Like, don't condone this shit, bro. He telling me right now.
It is that serious. You gonna say you can't take care of the kids because she with an ex man?
That's how men feel.
That ain't my son, right?
Because to them, that ain't giving them money, ain't taking care of them.
You can't take care of the kids because she got a next man. That's her problem.
Yeah, but
that's her problem though. Like, you know what I mean? That's me still, like, and that's like, I bet you find yourself moving on and better. That's why most niggas doing crazy shit. I mean, oh my God, he's got my kids. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Take care of your kids. You don't got to take care of her. Take your own kids. Show that girl that you can take care of your kids and your next girl and do your own thing. Keep it moving.
Just take care of you, and then you can take care of anybody.
Right.
But that might be the plan. I don't think people understand that plot. Let's see what he say.
Now this man telling me right now he ain't taking care of his kids because his baby mama got a new boyfriend. Listen, bro, who cares? Bro, I'm saying, who cares? Bro, who cares? I'm trying to explain it to you though, bro. Bro, it ain't no. Why do you care about? Why you care so much for him? Listen what I said, bro. Like, you dumb too if you believe the fact this man just said out his own mouth, I ain't taking care of my kids because my baby mama got a new boyfriend. She posted a picture. Bro, she posted a picture with her and the dude and my kids, bro, on Facebook, bro. Who give a fuck, bro? This ain't about the man. That hurt my feelings, bro. It's about your kids, bro. Bro, you sound like emotional ass. You sound like a soft ass emotional.
Well, there it is, right?
Let's talk about it.
There it is, right?
I can't lie, that would piss me off.
Why?
You know what I mean? But I wouldn't take it as the extent like I can't see them kids. I can't take care of them.
I'm just not understanding why I would piss anybody off because, okay, Am I different in this aspect? Like, if I love somebody, even if we can't make it, I love to see you happy before I love to see you.
Right.
You get where I'm coming from? So
Right.
if that you being with him make you happy and my kids doing good and they happy, and anything I could do, the more the merrier with the love. Me and you just can't be together.
Right. But
If it truly don't involve the kids, well then that's his relationship with the kids. But you can also have the same relationship with the kids because love ain't limited to just one or two people.
right. But he
You
think
get where I'm coming from with that?
yeah, I get where you're coming from. But I don't think that he should. I don't. He worrying about too much. Like with posting the kids, and I don't know. Depends on how fresh the relationship and how the relationship is. I don't know how long it is, but still, you can't. You gotta take care of the kids. You can't just certain things. You gotta be like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? That's their thing. They're doing their thing. You know what I mean? Some people do that on purpose. They might, you know what I mean, even and you know what I mean, end up having a last time anyway. They might even delete that. So that's what you gotta understand. Or he's gotta understand or whatever. He just gotta just do
Yeah.
like you said, know how to do you, know how to take care of you, and keep it moving. Then you worrying
And
about
so and the reason why I always did that because sometimes you're gonna have places where your kids ain't gonna have nowhere to go, especially when boys when dealing with their mama. The mama, see, sometimes they gonna get out of hand.
mm-hmm,
That's when it becomes your turn.
mm-hmm. Right. I'm
And if
like
you ain't got yourself straight, you can't straighten nobody else. But if it's a man in that household, the most proper thing you can do is tell your child that, I'm not in this household. I can't run this household. So if you don't like the way he doing things in this household, come to my household. It's that simple. You don't
exactly,
have to be here.
exactly.
But if you don't mess with them, when they get to that age where they're able to make that decision, guess what? They ain't gonna ask you,
Mm-hmm.
no matter what you got.
Right. That's crazy. That is
They
wild.
don't know you enough. So you don't never, that's why I say you don't never cast a shadow of hate or doubt in any child's mind.
Mhm. But for him to say, "Oh, I'm not gonna take care of them kids," or whatever, that's wrong.
Yeah, because like he said, that hurt his feelings. He emotional. Yeah, he emotional. That's his children.
Too emotional. Let's get back into it.
Emotional ass right now, bro. You mad about you mad at it ain't about your kids, bro. Don't tell me what to turn. I might not, you about to get out this motherfucker in a minute, bro. Nah, you wanna kick me out? Because you gotta fix that shit, bro. You gotta fix that shit, bro. Like, ain't no way you can sit up here and tell me, bro, I'm not gonna be friends with no man that don't take care of their kids. That bullshit ass excuse, bro. You ain't talking about shit right now. But that's but you grown, bro. Like, if you don't want to take care of take care of my kid, you talk to her? Bro, no, you telling me. Every time I ask you to get your kid, like, no, I ain't gonna pick them up. She with that. She with that. Some weak ass shit, bro. You tell she cheated on me with this man, bro. I'm hurt, bro. Bro, all that, bro. At the end of the day, so your kid's gonna suffer because you mad about another. That shit happens every day. Bro, that shit ain't cool. That shit happen every day. Bro, that shit happen every day, bro. Ain't no fucking excuse about you not taking care of your kids.
A lot of y'all out there like that too, yo. Mad at Shorty, disappear. Oh, let the new nigga take care of them kids. Fuck them kids. Y'all gotta stop it.
Now I ain't gonna lie. If them kids on that bullshit, if she got their mind and they on that bullshit, yeah, you for real, you can get the same treatment. But as long as you stay in the child's place, that's why I say I don't have that problem with my children. So I don't know. Me and they mamas don't be together. My kids, if you like I said, if you see be around me anytime on Sundays, I can't be in streams no more. And I can't stream no more because this is when all my children meet up. We've been doing this for years. It's like a tradition. But then again, I mess with my kids, and it wasn't about the money. It ain't never been about the money. My son trying to buy a house right now. Yeah, yeah. If I can co-sign, I'm a co-sign. I'm pretty sure I can. Will it hurt my credit? Cool. But it's his turn. You get what I'm saying?
Mm. That is crazy. Yeah.
But you know, like I
Women,
say,
women,
it's ways to do things.
because you're big. That's her thing. Let her do her thing. But you know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, she wants to be she wants to be like that. Let her be like that. Can't let that get you. You can't stop it. I mean, just worrying about your kid. You know what I mean, that's
Yeah, you gotta move on.
don't be about other that shit. Don't get you nowhere. That shit get you nowhere. It's gonna be soft. And the next girl, but don't take advantage of you because you're gonna show how soft you is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Regardless of how a woman talks, you know what I mean? She might not like you when you put your kids before her, but as soon as she has her kids with you, like, you know what I mean? She gonna want the same thing. So you just have to know how you put yourself out there and what you say.
That's my point.
Mm-hmm. Good talk. That niggas gotta know that, you know. Out there doing the wrong thing. Wrong thing. Don't do that. Can't ever think like that. No, sir. We don't talk like that. Don't do all that. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. But he falls.
But that's what that's the thing. We gotta be stronger than this, guys. That's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Oh, she took a picture with my kids. Like, that shit weak, bro. That shit over, bro. Okay, I understand it's weak, bro, but that don't mean shit, bro. Like, you acting like a ass right now. Bro, I'm acting like a bro. You acting like a ass. You acting like a ass, bro. Johnny, you acting like a ass, bro. Johnny, you got kids with a right? If you got kids with a you taking care of your kids, and then you come home and cheat, and then she got another. She kicked you out the house and moved this in after y'all been together for 3 years, bro. Man, shut shut up, bro. Shut up talking that shit. Bro, you sound you not finna you sound dumb. You ain't finna talk that shit in my car. You take care of my kids, I would too. I would. You know why? Cause you was my you don't want to take care of your kids. Here, you a bum, dog. You a
So and you got caught cheating.
But nah, she was cheating on him. He said that's why it hurt him. Because she got caught cheating on him. She got caught cheating on him, man, with the dude that's with his kids. So I feel him on that aspect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
100%. 100%. 100%.
So
she probably did it just to get at him too. You know what I mean? Make him feel some type of way. That is crazy.
it's just I'm like, golly. It's just got a sting. You know what I'm saying?
But you gotta take care of them kids though. At the end of the day. You can't be talking that wild about, oh, you ain't gonna do this because she out there doing this. Yeah. Go put your put. Don't stop lurking. and get them kids and put you on your Facebook too. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? It's like, yeah, that shit is crazy. That is some crazy shit though. That is the worst though. I can't lie to you. You know, the nigga cheat on, and then they're taking pictures with your kids. Mhm. Female will say that, you know, on a female point of view, if a man did that, it would be the same thing. Or you take a picture with this girl after you know. But as they go on, they might, you know, who knows what the relationship might carry them. You see what I'm saying? You ain't never know. It just happens. Like, fuck. Still gotta take care of them kids. And that, especially
Complete.
when they're your kids.
Yeah.
End of the day, she fucked up with. She might be want to do this all this spiteful shit. She want to do this or she want to do that. Or that. Like, you know what I mean? They're your kids. Fuck. Deal with it. That's that. Fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck. Sometimes being there with your kids and shit. You know what I mean? Whatever picture,
Yeah.
whatever picture she got in the back of her head of him, to show you that yeah, you better than what she got by dealing with your kids. I just
Yeah.
doing it for yourself, not only. I mean, because some man thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you that I'm just so you know, or we could be cool again. Oh fuck all that shit. Nah, my nigga. Yeah, man.
But nah, I would. You gotta take them your children. You gotta take care of your children. That's just the bottom line. You can't. Your man shouldn't even be telling us, even though your man is right. But though what I don't like is when we throw each other to the side because of that. Instead of him saying you can't be my friend if you gonna act like this. Well, we wasn't friends from the get go. If there's something I can do to make you not be my friend.
Right, it's true.
So at this point, okay, cool. Drop me off, leave me alone. We cool. But my friend, what I would hope my friend would say would be like, look, since you can't go deal with it, how about I go get them and you deal with them? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's not like
Until you get out of your emotions. I'll walk with you through this because it's obvious the dude hurt. Like she said, the dude that is on Facebook with her kid with his kids is the dude she cheated on him with. She'll cheat on this next dude. That's what she do. You
it sound
know.
like it sound like he all up in the baby mom's DM the way he talking. It sound like
And
he sound
and
like
he
yeah, go ahead.
his man's.
Yeah, it sound like he having a conversation with the
Well, no, he said that's what he said. He said, "Is you talking to her?" He said.
yeah,
He
because
said. He said, "Nah." He said, "I'm not talking to her." But you know, every time I ask you, have you taken care of your kids? Because obviously that's his man, and he care about his kids too.
mm-hmm. Yeah, we're talking. We're talking. You got them homies that ask about your kids.
Yeah, so he asking where he is because you know them like that's his man's kids. That's like his kids too. He want to see them too.
And that is facts.
But I wouldn't, and he doing the right thing to be his man's. He ain't talking to the chick because I wouldn't talk to my. I wouldn't talk. I don't talk to the girl, and I be in all kind of positions. I mean, they be my brothers and cousins, girls be all in the club taking pictures with me. Like, look, I'm kicking it with him. I'm kicking it with him. That's your cousin. You know, like trying to show out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even be on that kind of time. I be kicking it with them because it's them and I know them. It don't have nothing to do with y'all relationship. I fuck with my brother. That's my brother.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? If I'm gonna do any corrective, it's gonna be him. I don't want to hear why y'all broke up. I don't give a damn.
But I know there's a lot of these people I'm on his YouTube feed that probably believe like, yeah, you know, he has all right to say that, but you gotta understand your kid is a kid. Real shit. You don't want them to start like
Yeah,
even
if my
though the girl might be wrong, at the same time you don't want your kids to start taking advice from somebody
yeah.
else, like looking up to somebody else. That shit wow. Real wow.
a bum ass for that, bro. You a bum ass. You just like the rest of these bum ass. You just like these bitter ass, sensitive ass. Bro, like, I don't got no respect for you no more. I have zero respect for you no more, bro. Stopping, bro. Because you can get the f out my car. You gonna stop me out? Bro, you can get the f out my car. Bro, I'm talking about, bro. Get the f out my car. We in the middle of bro. We can box. Bro, we can box to get out my car. Yeah. Where you at, bro? Bro, I don't give a f. Middle. I don't give a f. Get out my car. I swear to God, get out my car. Mama, I'ma see you. Yeah. I'ma see you. Yeah, see, you can see me now. You can see me tomorrow. You gonna kick me out in the middle? I don't know. I don't give a. I'm not cool with no. Don't take care of their kids. Talking about with another. You ain't taking care of your kids. Bro, you don't understand, bro. Stop, bro. Get the out my car. Bro, I'm asking you nicely, bro. Get the out my car. In the middle. Get the out my car, man. So how am I gonna get back home? Get the. I don't give a. And this back here condoning that shit. No, I ain't condoning shit. So why I care? I gotta chill. You said they want to be cool. You gotta chill, bro. Shut my. Get the out my car, bro. You should have been condoning that shit. I ain't condoning that shit, bro. You condoning that shit, bro. We in the middle of shit. I'm not finna kick it with no. Look at this bum ass, bro. He deserved to walk. He deserved to walk. That's dirt, bro. He in the middle of shit.
It was something else on this. It was something that ain't how you handle that.
He's either he's trying to talk to his baby mom behind his back
or something.
Something's going on. Some private conversation with certain DM or something. But something going on. And that's just wild. That's just wild, bro.
Yeah, that is.
That is I don't know what to say about that. That is just pure. I mean, you could have been like, okay, you know, all right, I dropped you off, but after today, I'm fucking with you no more. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's something else, yo. Like catching feelings with a girl or something.
He catching feelings because he catching feelings. He trying to explain to him why it's hard for him to go around there right now.
Boy, they catching feelings, and I was just.
And now the dude in the back is like, you condoning this. No, I'm not condoning none of this. I'm not condoning what you doing either. See, and he'd been different with me because I'd be like, you did him like that for real? You didn't even have, you had the audacity. I'm going to roll with him. You gonna go home. I'm going to see really what's on his mind because he going through all this and that you in his ear like you his girlfriend. And I understand you care, but you don't put the man out in the middle of the road. That ain't how we supposed to do homies.
Right.
So I'm going to go on walk with the homie. You gather yourself and go home because I'm going to make sure the homie get home because he out here. We got him out here. He don't even know where he at.
Yeah, that's his situation. As I said, he's spending a lot of time with that nigga's baby mom on the phone. You see what I'm saying? And he knows it too. That's why he asked him, like, yo, are you talking to her? Like, you know, are you sure you're not talking to her?
Yeah, that's.
So that right there shows you then that, yeah.
No, we could kick it.
You over there doing a lot. And, you know what I mean? You over there.
No, we couldn't kick it, man. We couldn't. And that would be the last time. I wouldn't even try to get at him. When I see him, I'd still be doing my thing. Nah, you can't make people handle situations the way you would handle them. You just got to walk through it with them. And hopefully, if there is an error in their way, then they'll see it. But it ain't up to us to always correct people. I think that's where we get it wrong. We try to live somebody else's life.
Yeah, everybody want to be a dictator and, like, you know, oh, you should do this, you know that. You want to be a controller. You should do this. You shouldn't do this. Oh, this is good for you. Oh, this is better for you. No, how do you know what's good for me? What should I should talk about? How much should I eat? How much I shouldn't drink? You know what I mean? How do you
Yeah.
know?
Cause sometimes you really don't be knowing, and sometimes that's the only quarrel that I have.
It was a good time.
With your business.
What's up, fellas?
Much respect.
Rice, rice.
What's up with it, man?
How about them? How about them Cowboys?
Shit, did you see it?
You know, it's hard to come to the bank.
Yeah, but I won in the money. I won. I thought the Cowboys was gonna win. I thought I had fucked my lineup up at the beginning of the game, but I said one thing. I say
What was the points?
49ers a win. 49ers a win. Because I'm on DraftKings. 49ers a win if George Kittle have a game. So I picked George Kittle as my partner, as my dude, as my head dude. That's what got me to win. How many points did I have? Let me see. I had 87 last night.
That was a good ass game.
Yeah, that was a good game.
The top was 110, which so I didn't do as bad, but I won. That's the thing. As long as I'm coming in the plus, I'm all right with that.
That was a good game. But yeah, it's gonna be even crazier, you know, when they got the Eagles. You know, the Eagles offense
Next week.
The Eagles offense is something else.
Now I ain't got a stake in that, but we gonna see if the Eagles offense can bully the if they able to do that. I don't know if the Eagles offense is potent. It's potent enough to do it.
Yeah, but their defense ain't that as good as the 49ers.
Cowboys defense.
The 49ers have the best defense. You know, they beat the Eagles Super Bowl, and they might win the Super Bowl. I think Kansas, and then even if Kansas City Chiefs go back, they're gonna lose this time against the 49ers.
Oh, the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, watch out for them. That's the only thing I say right now is we can see in the AFC. In my division, the AFC, all road run through the Chiefs.
If that rematch could happen, oh my God. Oh.
Because the Chiefs score often and fast. They move the ball fast.
That rematch
don't take a lot of time.
And 49ers defense got better. After what I seen what they did, they slow them down, they take them apart. You know,
what about the Bengals?
That's what I say in the Bengals. They
were saying that too. They look like they're hard, but I don't know. You know, the Buffalo looked like they was still stunned from the game and homie got hit. They didn't look the same. They looked lost. They didn't want to play.
Buffalo wasn't. They wasn't. That wasn't their game. That wasn't their day. They probably a better game, but Cincinnati's just a better team. If you
like they was
Cincinnati got that offensive line.
They didn't look like they was out there to play that playoff game. Bengals looked like they was ready. They looked like a playoff team that you was watching, a team that you was watching in the playoff.
Yep, but they got a lot of, and that's the thing. They got a lot of people on there that's looking for the check. That's the kind of team you want, where everybody's looking for the check, where ain't nobody making the check, and they got to run. That's that to me. You know, when Tony Pollard went out, all the Cowboys fans lost faith right there. And I'm sitting in a whole bunch of the Cowboys fans. My whole life full of Cowboys fans.
Yeah, I need a bunch of Cowboy fans.
And when Tony Pollard got hurt, the Cowboys fans gave up on their own team.
I don't know why the Cowboys
team was doing.
I know a lot of black Cowboy fans. Like, they always troll their team. As soon as the Cowboys lose, they go turn their camera on, Instagram or their Facebook, and start trolling the team. I said, y'all is crazy. Y'all troll y'all team after y'all live.
They go off on their team.
Calling them these names. And
they go off on their team when they do.
So many of them.
Your last motherfucker. Y'all the only fans that do that. Y'all the only fans. Y'all the only fans that do that. Cowboy fans are the only fans. And that's
I'll
why
be.
it's so hard for them to win. It's so hard for them to win because they do one thing or they're loved, and then they do one little thing they messed up. So what? As I said, you know, they had that game yesterday. That game was no game that they wasn't supposed to. When it comes to the Niners, you can't mess up. You got to play a perfect game. They did not play a perfect game, and it's the same thing goes to the Eagles. If they want to win, they got to play a perfect game down the line. This defense right here.
That shit killed them motherfuckers, boy. That took a lot out them Cowboys.
That the last interception.
My motherfucking cousin ain't called me or nothing.
I'm looking at dude. I'm like, dude, you just throw the ball to him like literally like you throw the ball. You could have did anywhere else. You're right over there. It's a kind of open like there we go for a touchdown. You panic, and that's what you did.
Yep.
This team right here is the best defensive team. That's the best defensive team I've seen so far. And yeah.
Like I say, when Tony Pollard got hurt, they felt all right, but Tony Pollard got hurt. You could just feel it in the air.
I don't know what happened to Buffalo.
My daughter-in-law say,
I'm pissed.
Dad, I looked at her, I said, what's up? She said, you want to take a shot? I said, oh shit, it's going down. Yeah, they was quiet after that. When Tony Pollard got hurt, you could the wind was gone.
And you see Cowboys was gonna win.
Zeke couldn't hold it down like that. But Zeke paid.
You look at it like this.
For a betting idea.
Who can win two more? So out of all these teams left, they got to win 2 in a row. Who can do it?
Cincinnati looked like the strongest candidate. No, was Cincinnati or
the defense. 49ers have is how you win a football game. That defense just shows you.
I probably even admit San Francisco got a hell of a shot.
Oh, the Ravens won their championship because they had a good defense. I remember that. I said their defense, even though Ray Lewis was good, but they had other people knocking shit down on the defense. The 49ers, look how their defense set up. That proves it right there that they didn't have they knew. It's like they knew. It's like it's crazy. They knew they was gonna get that ball. As soon as the pass was I said, wow, that is incredible. Like he knew the pass. As I said though, if they trust the kicker and that one little kick, then would have put some more faith in the kicker. And then after they would have kicked, they'd probably win by 3 or whatever. or probably just like 4.
But they just been up by 4.
Yeah, by 4.
And that would have forced the Bengals, the 49ers to play for a touchdown. That touchdown they made would have been the tying score.
The Eagles, they play fast though. The Eagles are
that touchdown they scored. If they had trusted, if that kicker had made that field goal, and then they trusted him, had made that extra point, and then they trusted him, and he made that field goal. That touchdown that San Francisco would have scored would have been just a tying touchdown.
Philadelphia.
Or matter of fact, it would have just been the tying touchdown because there was one more field goal involved.
They didn't have to work.
16.
They didn't have to work for that win. Remember, Philadelphia didn't have to work for that win. That was the next game that was like, these niggas just came to the playoffs just to look around.
What really tripped me out was it was 4th and 5 with 2 minutes left, little over 2 minutes left on the clock, and you don't you punt the ball and think you can stop them. Because you got three timeouts left, and that was just the weirdest play for me. If I'm gonna give it up, I might as well go for 7. Every time we go out now, we got to get down the field, and we need 6 points. So I'm gonna be going for 4th down all the way down the field. I got 4 downs every time. That's how I'm gonna play it. So 4th and 1, 4th and 2, that's not a bad 4th down. You get what I'm saying? We're playing for 4 downs now. It's different. But the coaches don't coach like that for some reason. Well, they didn't yesterday. He didn't yesterday, not the Dallas coach. A lot of things beat the Cowboys, but the 49ers got a lot of that was under intimidation from them 2 picks, and Dallas didn't trust their kicker.
Why? You missed. They said like, no. You know what happened?
Yep.
When they went for that and they got that touchdown and they missed that kick, you know what happened? That flashback happened in that Bengals game.
Yep.
No, we can't do this. We're not going to put him on the line.
Yep.
Put him on the line is going to mess us up. Bro, if he would have got that kick, there would have been a different.
And that was a touchdown. That ended up being.
Remember what I was saying? Tom, what was I
that
saying?
That ended up being a touchdown swing.
Tom, what was I saying? You know what I mean? They have to put their trust into their kicker. And Mr. Magoo was saying, oh, you only know about basketball. I said, no. 49ers is going, you know what I mean? The kicker. And that one little point, especially in the playoff, it means something. You know what I mean? It's one game, it means something. That one little point means something. You know what I mean? And that one little point when he missed it, they're like, here we go again. We're not going to trust him. And that's a final. Once you make, you know what I mean, a call like that, you get a call, we're not going to use him because he already missed a couple of kicks. Missed 4 kicks coming in. How are we going to do that? Or 3. You know what I mean? So, no, you're missing, and you missed this one. So that you basically missed like 5.
It got blocked. So either somebody didn't block or he kicked it low, but it didn't go through. That was the end of it. And he's the kicker, you know.
Right.
So, and with him blowing all those extra points last week, they don't have very much trust for him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's not a bad call.
I know they fired his ass today.
Yeah, it's a good call. It's a good call. You know, you missed all them kicks in the last game. It's the playoff. Do we really see? That's why, and then that's why they went for it too.
Yeah,
that's why they went for
it. But that's what I'm saying. That right there was a game changer. Now, I would just be like, look, you know, at this point in time, your job is on the line, so I'm gonna trust you to still do your job. I know you fucked up completely. You know, when you have a little experience, you understand someday one of your dudes just ain't gonna be worth a damn. You know, Dak done throw 3-4 picks a game, and they don't look down on him like they look on the kicker. They say, oh, kicking the ball is easy. Not exactly. Because if it was, everybody would be doing it. It's the easiest job on the field.
Especially when you got to kick a.
If I was to have a son that wanted to get involved in football, I'd tell him, okay, yeah, you like being running back, you like doing this, you like doing that. Cool beans. But be a very athletic kicker.
Yeah, that's my thing. When I'm playing Madden online and it's time for me to kick, I hate that kicking job.
You see?
I hate that kicking job. I might get it right, and sometimes I might just get it off, and the whole kick might mess up, the ball go over, and it runs down, and then, you know what I mean, you get a big yard on me because I mess up the kick. You know
yes.
I mean? And that happened to me time with the return kick or the field goal. You know what I mean? But that game last night was, I said the week before, I said there's going to be some type of problem I kind of trust, or they're going to have to take a good look at the kicker, or the next team is going to be looking at the kicker.
And you got to kick the ball, and when you kicking extra points, it's not that real. That it's really not that far, so you can kick it high. You're not supposed to drive it through the uprights. You can kick it high.
And I think
you kick it high enough to where can't nobody get to it on the line.
And I think it kind of shocked the 49ers. Like, wait. I think it shocked the 49ers too. They're like, wait, they're going for it? Yo, that's when the defense went locked in, like,
Yeah, of course. We got them.
We are right.
They don't trust their player.
You don't trust your kicker. I already know this is what I'm thinking I was talking about last week. They don't
now we play for 4 downs. We gear our defense up for 4 downs. That's what makes it dangerous.
That has nothing to do. That has to do with the call. That was a good call, regardless of how the Cowboys fans like it or not, that's a good call. Because if he would have missed that kick, you would have been hearing it, and he probably saved his career or whatever by not making him make that kick. You know what I'm saying? Because I guarantee he would have missed it. You already missed so many kicks. You know what I mean? And I
But he
guarantee
could have made them field goals. He could have made them field goals. He just didn't. That's all. He just hit them extra points he did down in Tampa Bay spooked everybody. He could have made that field goal. And it would have been right there, and it would have been 9-6.
the way Buffalo was acting and the way they was bullying people with their defense game, I thought they was gonna be. I said, y'all don't even want to play. This is a waste of my food and my weed, my alcohol. My food and my weed and my alcohol. You know what I mean? Now when the Cowboys and the Niners game came on, they're like, shit, I gotta have fuck. You couldn't wait because you want to do so much things at halftime. You want to get this blunt. You want to get that. Because when the kid, I said, this game right here is gonna be a game. When I seen that, I said 2 minutes left and the game is that. I said, that's all is on the. I said this is going, and I called it. I said, this game gonna be the best game. I see TMG always like, this game is the best game of the night. You know what I mean? Best game. Best game. I called it. The game was so intense, bro. Like, even the fans was like, they were so mad. Like, I seen their face. I said, You know what I mean? They started trolling. People started trolling their team right after. Niggas couldn't wait till the Cowboys. Oh, you're gonna be a Cowboy fan, but as soon as the game done, the first thing you do is went to troll. You went on YouTube, you start trolling. I said, y'all was crazy. Everybody was trolling their team this morning. Everybody. What up?
That's
Tony?
how they do it. But let me get off here, Chef. I'm tired. I got to wake in the morning. I'll be in the comments.
All right, family.
Breaking TVs and shit.
Yeah. So breaking TVs and shit.
Yeah, that shit was hilarious.
Man, that's crazy. I don't know how they but you know, it's like y'all gotta at least they let them lose the first. They went there, you know. That's a good team they was playing against. Good team.
Yeah.
Good team, really good. Well, you know, they looked on their face. They look on the defense. They're like, yo, they're going for it. Bro, I said, y'all, they was really going for this. I don't even trust the kicker. I said, whoa. And you know what happens? That happens even like you playing Madden online. And you like you go for it and then you're like, yeah, I'm gonna go for it. That happens.
Yeah, they should have kicked that fucking field goal.
Yeah, but they didn't trust the kicker. The kicker missed it.
They would have went in overtime.
Yeah. But they wanted the bag. You know, they wanted to win that game right then and there. Not recognize what kind of defense they're playing with. Yeah,
That's great.
And that's not even the players. That's the coach. He called a shot.
This motherfucker put $3.1 million on the Cowboys. Lost that shit.
Because you know why? The odds were saying, you know what I mean? So when the Cowboys won, right? So I went on the gambling. I have a pro line gambling website. I went on it and it says, you know, bet $300 and you know, you win $795. The odds that went on the Cowboys. I looked at it, I said, y'all trying to set me up. You know what I mean? Get out of here. I know the Niners are gonna win this game. And a lot of people went and bet on the Cowboys because the computer told them the odds. You dumbass. Get out of here.
I knew the Cowboys wasn't gonna win this one.
A lot of people, went because they seen that dollar sign on the odds set. I said, don't believe in it. Y'all are really trying to like.
Don't believe the hype.
The defense. And I watched the game coming and I said, yo, these guys, they got defense. You know, last time they had defense, they had offense, but it seems like they got better on their defense as a team. As I said, the two best team, offensive team and defensive team is going to play. You know, 49ers know how to slow you down. So that fast rushing, they will slow you down. This game is going to be a next good game. This game. It has to be a next game. Like I think I'm gonna make a nice, good. I'm probably gonna make a steak for this game. This game right here is crazy. This game here is gonna be crazy. But I don't want to bet on these games because I don't like betting these small money. Like you know what I mean. And I don't want to lose. You know what I'm saying? Because these are the games that you bet big. You have to because then you win a whole bunch. You might win a stack. You know what I mean, or something. You gotta bet big. These are the games that you bet big on. I bet on small time. Bet. The Chiefs, you think the Chiefs? I don't know. You know, I don't think the Chiefs will go back and win it again. You know, because like I said, I love to see the Chiefs and 49ers go at it. You know what I mean? But I'm not really. I don't know, y'all. I know y'all like Patrick Mahomes, but I'm not really. I don't even when they won, I was like, whatever. I'm still rooting for um your boy thing Lamar Jackson. Yeah,
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that's my quarterback. He just needs to get better receivers, man. Like, because always running the ball and not. You gotta stop doing that after. But you gotta get Baltimore always have a problem with receivers. I swear to God. You one thing was there. They have a good defense. They have a good defense. But and there's no like Lamar Jackson want to stay there anyways. But, yeah.
Yeah, they wasn't ready this year. They was good. Lamar get fucked up that offensive line.
Yeah. Doing everything. You can't run the ball. They don't want him to run the ball. We know he's gonna run the ball, right? Let him run the ball. That's what they're doing. So they gotta get good receivers. We gotta find somebody
What's that from?
And
Good news or bad news? I said read it. Man.
I'll just sit there and just confident and do anything.
I gotta print up this invoice real quick.
That team ain't going nowhere. That team
How long you been on?
I've been on for 3 hours now. The Vikings ain't going nowhere. Somebody's drunk and having a good time chilling.
Hey, I been had that shit on my phone.
Yeah.
I just didn't give them access to my shit. As soon as I clicked on that motherfucker, all my emails came up.
Yeah, you just gotta.
I like that shit for emails and shit.
Weird ass people up there. It's like, man, it's not. People still do that. Still sure. Still do whatever. What's going on, Shay? How are you? Much respect for coming through. Much respect. I appreciate you for coming through tonight. Hold on, let me get it. Hold on, for you for coming through. Much respect. So I'll check with Shay. She good people, you know.
Yeah.
something. So.
How long you gonna be on?
I'm gonna be on for a bit. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, just like
I'll be back. I gotta get on this paperwork real quick. It's Monday. Get you back.
all right.
Peace out.
Let me jump into this video. Yeah, in here trying to. Let me get other shit, but yeah, let me jump into this. So. Y'all ladies out here. So the women, y'all out here trying to bully. Y'all ladies out here trying to bully. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. If y'all was here trying to bully, bully. If y'all want to bully, if you like, it's your time to bully. Go ahead, bully somebody. But y'all here, you're doing a lot of bullying.
Who is it?
Michael Housing Authority.
Who?
Michael with Housing Authority.
How can I?
Y'all gotta know when someone said to leave, leave. I mean, stop letting these people, I'm calling these people on you and showing up with the cameras. It looks bad. I mean, it looks bad. And then it's like, you ain't doing maintaining the place. You ain't keeping up. It's crazy.
Help you.
Hey, how's it going? Can you step in for a second?
Sure.
Hey, I'm Michael Snarsky with Housing Authority. ID number 4536.
What are you doing?
Excuse, tell me, go over there and get that. That's cool.
What's going on?
So we're here to serve an eviction notice.
Okay.
Ma'am, you've been with four and a half months behind your rent. We sent you
Okay.
notices. You had my notice that was sent last month.
I never received a notice, and y'all have not came to fix anything. I've been calling for months about my ceiling, about my toilet, about my sink. Everything is getting stopped up. No.
The first thing dude go and grab is the baby stuff. Are you kidding me? The first thing you want to grab is the baby stuff. You know what I mean? The first thing you want to grab is the baby stuff. That's like, come on, dude. Really, fam? That's what you want to do? That's crazy.
Nobody came to fix anything.
No, man. So, what we're gonna have to do is, I understand that we're gonna have to take that up with the court people and with the with your.
Okay, but wait, because I have kids here. Like, what am I supposed to do?
So, what, on a Palmer observing everything, you have daycare business here?
No, I don't.
Well, this definitely looks like a daycare. Are these your kids?
Yes, these are my kids.
These are your like.
Where's the sheriff? Because
the sheriff is out there, man.
I don't see
You can go.
nobody.
The sheriff is out there. Tone, make sure you get the. You can get the toy. Start there first. Where's Johnny and Mac?
The studio was over the way.
Okay. So yeah.
Can I see the eviction notice?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm just confused.
Go ahead, read it.
Having nobody contacted me, they haven't told me anything about nothing.
Well, ma'am, like I said, I'm just here to serve, do my job. We just got to make sure everything is good. If the sheriff is out there, if you want to call you can call them, call the office, do whatever you have to do.
Okay, can y'all give me a little time? Like, I
That is sad. That is sad. Sad, yeah. That's sad. Yeah. Y'all gotta be able to pay. And then it's like the first thing they want to grab is the baby stuff. Or the kid stuff. They want to grab the closest thing to him that he could find. That's sad out here. That's sad out here. outside of him. I can do a job like this. Just taking people's stuff and putting them out their house. Mm-hmm.
I need more time.
Yeah, they gave you months, man. They gave you months. They gave you you haven't paid rent in 4.5 months.
But I have my kids. Like, what am I supposed to do?
But this is the problem, though. This is where the problem is. Another reason is they said you had income for these last 2 months. Somebody reported it to us.
The reason I didn't report my income yet is because I was trying to get me a car, and I got a lot of things lined up. Like, who called y'all?
We can't give that away, man.
I bet it was next door. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, who contacted y'all.
Whatever the case may be, just start taking that to the truck, because we don't want that clutter. So, man, what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to. Do you have anybody to get these kids?
I don't. Not at the moment. Can y'all give me like an hour or two?
Do they take the stuff with them when they come to the house? They take your furniture? Or they just put it outside? Because he's saying put it in a trailer. Can't take the people in stuff. Unless they're like, rented stuff, like, that they're paying for. Furniture and stuff. But it's wild, This is wild. This is wild. Couldn't do a job. I couldn't walk in and do all this. Babysitting there, But, she's trying to tell them people, oh, I was going to get a car and all this other stuff. You're thinking about a car before you think about, paying your rent and doing all that stuff. No, we can't do all that. We can't look like everybody else. We can't start on people and buying all this. No. Mm-hmm. That's crazy. So right there, she was just like, wrong to say that. She should have never said that. I was trying to get a car and all this other stuff. No. Don't do that. Gotta pay your bills first. Man, if you'd have paid your bills instead of thinking of a car, you'd have had somewhere to stay. Real shit. Kids come first, and then real shit. All that shit. Whatever.
So do you have a daycare business here? This is what we want to know.
No, I do not.
Ma'am, this looks like a daycare. So,
but it's not.
What if you do
you
your work?
Prove that. You have to prove that.
That's fine. What we're gonna do? We're gonna start moving these things. Can you car their? Can you car their?
It's a daycare business. She's running a daycare there. She's running a daycare. She's up so. Wow. You're running a daycare. You're running a daycare business. And you can't pay your rent. A daycare makes a lot of money. You know how much it is to watch a kid? I just keep making these accounts and just keep come in my chat just to what are y'all doing? Where's y'all channel at? Fuck, man. Y'all know where else to go. Fuck. But real talk though. Daycare, that's a lot of money. I know somebody that had a little. I didn't last either because greediness. I didn't last, but they had they made a good. But then they started spending the money, started doing all this other stuff instead of putting back in their business. They started buying it, doing this ridiculous spending. And every second, take out this, take out breakfast, take out lunch, take out dinner. That's just ridiculous spending. But that shit's crash. I don't know my girl people's moms people had a daycare. It was wild. So like kind of like she made a lot of money off it. But that greediness, you know what I mean? Yeah, that greediness don't work.
Parents and try to get these things. I know these are your kids. I know you had 2 kids on the lease, but
Like,
I don't know who he is, the baby.
What am I supposed to do? What am I like? I don't have nowhere to go for me and my kids. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Ma'am, I don't know. Like, ma'am, I don't know. What you're gonna have to do is, figure out something. Can get.
That is a daycare though. That is a daycare. Wait a minute. She's running a daycare and she can't pay her bills? That is a daycare. I'm looking at everything. I'm like, wait, is it daycare? It is a daycare. Everything's up like it's a daycare. You can't prove it. And you ain't. And that's sad. That means you should have some money to pay, at least 1,000, 13, what, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300 a month. That's a lot of money. Mario, how we doing? That's a problem. We like spending. We get all this money. We think everything's gonna last forever. Or I could just pay it, but I could just I'm just gonna pay it back with just with all these 4 or 5 kids. I'm gonna get like 13 this month, 14. I'm just gonna pay all the rent that I owe. Cause they're like what, 1,000 a month, 1,200, and you know what I mean. So if she got like say 5, 6 kids there, she could still catch up on the rent. Yeah, I mean, so she getting for like say 12 or 11 for one, or 13. You know what I mean? Yeah, she could catch up on her rent. Yeah, I mean, so that ain't always the answer though. You always can't depend. Oh, I'm gonna make this anyways. You might think you're gonna make. It's like a business. That is a business. You this week, the week might be that turns into a good week, might turn into a slow week, and then you might have to switch up. Slow week might turn into a bad week. You might have to switch it up, and focus in that day or that week or whichever that day is. But that was her thing. What she was trying to do. I don't know what she was trying to do. You know what I mean? But you can't do that, especially when it's a business. No. And you had it good too. You're in a daycare. All you had to do was pay the rent. Nobody find out. Getting it too easy, man. Getting it too easy. You know what I mean? Getting too easy. And you have no papers. Just it's getting it too easy, man. All you have to do is pay the rent. Pay the rent. You'll be good.
Give you an hour to call some of their parents.
I need more than an hour. That's not enough time to move this stuff.
We're gonna move the stuff outside. We're gonna move it. You're just gonna have to figure out get these kids and vacate the premises so we can get these things up out of here.
Oh my God, man! Come on, help me get these kids together.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So, and she gonna hold a lot of money. As I said, it doesn't work out like that all the time. Because you might think, yeah, I'm gonna make this money back. I might be this late on my rent. I'm gonna make this money back anyways. But then no, you're gonna have to owe money back because the kids ain't got nowhere to stay. You're gonna lose money and you're gonna owe money. So you pay your bills in time. Because No, you don't fuck up your business. You know, you probably was working your way up to get your papers and all that shit. You know, but you gotta start somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere. So you know what I mean. I'm not gonna say, well, she had a legal daycare. No, everybody starts somewhere. You know what I mean? None of the kids are crying. Usually, you go to daycare, some kids are crying. No. So you know she's doing a good job, but you gotta pay the rent. You know, so you can have your business, and if you gotta pay rent, that's when it comes to business. Some people make the money and then go spending and thinking, oh, I got a business, I got this. So you know, listen, man. The first 5 years, you know, what are we going on now? 5 years. You see what I'm saying? Even 6 years, you gotta just spend it and maintain it and know what is what. You can't just go spend because you're making money here and there. You know what I mean? Or getting, oh my God, I just made this. I need to go get this. No, it has to go back into the business. Pay your rent, pay bills on time, and then, you know what I mean? Nobody would have seen this video. And then you would have got the papers to have, you know, make it official. You know, going to the city or wherever. You know what I mean? Get them to finalize that. You know, get the architect. After you finalize that, you know, the city see all that. You get the architect to draw out the where you know how the daycare business is gonna set up and all that. Where's gonna go what? What's gonna go here? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, all that. You gotta have your little kitchen because where you gonna cook all that. You're gonna have to have that drawer too because that's a separate drawing from where the kids are gonna be playing, their clothes are gonna be hanging up, all that. So pay that rent on time, save that money for all that, and have a legit business. You know what I mean? And when you come in and say it's a daycare, you can say, yeah, it's a daycare. I mean, I'm just late. You can't say, oh, you can't prove it because that is a daycare. You know, well, some of us, you know what I mean, all of us do it. You know what I mean? I know a dude, yeah, a Caucasian dude had a bar making beer a hell of money. And I seen it over here too, this other dude, you know, all fighting and they want us to wear masks and the guy didn't have his fucking license, his whole shit from the city. He's been doing it for years. I'm looking at something like, damn, me as a black man, I have to get up and go. They sort of book up me and tell me I need this to open. But you know what I mean? In the pandemic, see, a lot of shit was going on. A lot of shit got changed. But she put that money in. A lot of us make that money. We see it. I gotta get this. You know, I'm gonna make it back anyways. If I made this, and then you keep making it, you see it. No, because you might make it the 2 months or 3 months. You know, I make it a 2 month, but in the third month you might not see the same. It might go different. You're like, damn, I didn't make the same thing I made. You know what I mean, it's time. You know, sometimes people have it, sometimes they don't. You know what I mean, sometimes they got money to spend, sometimes it's not like I used to. So her right here doing all that is she made a lot of money. She has a nice, I could tell she made a lot of money. That's a nice, well set up daycare. But what she did was she gambled. You know, she thought because she had all them kids. Let me see. She had all them kids. You know, and you could tell she makes some money. Yeah, because the place was set up nice. So I'm saying, but he grabbing the baby and the stuff, and like, why he gotta grab that first? Though? You know what I mean? You're grabbing the toy and you're grabbing all of that. But as I said, all that costs money. You know what I mean? The kitchen's back there. I see the kitchen back there. Everything looks good. But at the same time, you got to put your money into your business. And this happens over here too. People got daycare in their houses, you know, but the city has to be involved. You know, you got to put your money in. Put your money in it. You can't just go spend. So she said she was gonna get a car. She probably went and got a car. You know, your first priority cannot be I'm gonna get a nice car. I'm gonna get a nice Beamer or a nice this and that. You know, and then I'm gonna help get my insurance to help me out and put some money on it. But no, the hell, pay your shit. You know what I mean? And use that just in case you got a little problem with your business. You know, that's when you get insurance involved, or you know what I mean. But it seems like, as I said, if the city is not thing with that business, if it's illegal, That means it's not insured. So y'all gotta know all that when y'all open y'all business. You know, because all that right now is a waste. It's a waste. You know, when the city is involved, they can't just come and take you out like that. They can't just come and just like in other cities. They can't. They can't. But 4 months though, it's a while. Even in 4 months, the city gives you a while to take your stuff out because it was a business. You know, they still give you a time to take your stuff out. They give you a date too. That's why you gotta make sure that shit finalized. You know, you making the money. If you could make the money like that and pay all that, and they never caught you, and look, that's that's a pretty girl's nice daycare. And she was doing something good for herself, but you know what I mean. Once again, you want this, you want a car, you want all this, you want all this other stuff. You see how you got all these nice toys and everything, but at the same time, you got to think about it. You got to pay your rent. You know, 4 months rent is a lot of money. That means we're doing a whole lot of shit, a whole lot of spending, a whole lot of extra stuff. You know, you got to know how to run a business. The money should goes back into the business. The first 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years. You know, especially now. Before this, the whole pandemic happened. You could say, yeah, 3, 4 years, 5 years. You know, but now it has to be maybe 6 years. Depends on how long you got your business for. A lot of spending, it's a lot of hard work. You know, a lot of people can't. I know a lot of people around here can't take that, but but she's doing a good job. But her downfall is she had a good business going. You could tell there's a lot of kids there. She just needed to pay her rent on time. You just gotta go look it up. And yeah, it is crazy, but it's true. You gotta, you might see that money, you wanna spend it, you wanna buy something, but yeah, that's how it's pointless to just show money. If I just say I'm gonna show y'all like 5 or 6, knowing that all shit's going back, I'm not to pay this rent and all this shit's done. It's like fuck crazy. I don't know, like so much shit. A lot of shit's got expensive. But her downfall with her is she had a good thing, she was doing a good thing. Because everybody starts underneath the table and she got her protocol going. Then you gotta wear a mask. She's following the whole thing. So she's got some type of connection, she's safe, it's clean. It's clean. Everything's set up, clean floors, everything. It's not dirty. But for him to just go in and start grabbing all the kids' toys and throwing them out, that's stupid. That's dumb. You love your job too much, bro. Straight up. Y'all gotta wait. Oh, the whole weekend. Y'all black too. So y'all gotta be like, we gonna act like, whatever. And we gonna come back and whatever. And we just gonna there's kids there. And he went and put the other baby stuff down too. He could see he went and put that down. But I could see that over the corner. He probably went and picked something else. But really though, you're running a business like this and you're doing so good. You might be thinking, I made 4K, 5K today. The big that space is, the way that daycare, that place looks like around that, like around say maybe 3,000, 4,000. I'm around there a month, maybe 3,000. 2,000 change. You're running a business and you're probably making more money than your daycare business. You gotta pay. You gotta keep your business alive. You gotta pay that money, man. You gotta think. You gotta look at this money and say, damn, if I made this, I can make this much money. I might not make this every month, but I guarantee I'm gonna make this. I'm probably gonna see more sometime in the future. I mean, she wasn't thinking like that. So That's her downfall. She just spent too much. She's talking about the whole I was gonna buy a car and yeah, listen to that part.
With the court people and with the with your I just heard him.
Who is it?
I'm Michael Snarsky with Housing Authority, ID number
Wait, hold
4536.
on. What he doing?
Excuse, Tom, go over there and get that. That's cool.
What's going on?
So we're here to serve an eviction notice.
Okay.
Ma'am, you've been what four and a half months behind on your rent. We sent you notices. You got my notice that was sent last month.
I never received the notice, and y'all have not came to fix anything. I've been calling for months about my ceiling, about my toilet, about my sink. Everything's been stopped up. Nobody came to fix anything.
No, man. So, well, what we're gonna have to do is, I understand that we're gonna have to take that up with the court people. And with
You're running a daycare in that though. You're running at the same time you're running a daycare in there. So, what is he trying to get at? What is he talking about? See, as I said, I know she was making money off her business, and she probably went and once again, you calling a landlord and you're you're renting somewhere, and they're taking too long, and your business is flowing. It might start slow you down. So what you do is she probably went and tried to fix a couple of the problems, but no, she telling them about it, but they're like, listen, man, we can't do nothing about it. You're just late on your rent. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's good to fix your own problems sometimes, but it's not. Then you don't get it back, and then if you do decide to, it's all y'all fixing stuff for them, and you got to pay them rent at the same time. So I don't know how. It just like you guys got to know how to do it. It's crazy. I understand what she's saying. Y'all didn't fix my ceiling, my toilet, but you're running a business and your own, But I guess at the same time, she thinking because they don't know she's running a business, but you running a business yourself. It doesn't know who knows her, who thinks that you're not. You got to take that money and just suck your pride up and say, fuck it. It's a lot of money, but I got to spend it. The plumbing work. I remember we had the plumbing work. I went downstairs. The grease trap. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they hooked up, but it was leaking the water down every time I use it. So I had to fix that out of my own pocket. And I had to fix the bathroom because every time you flush it, it was like I had to fix that out of my own pocket. You know what I mean? Because it's my business. So did I get the money back? No. Your business. It's messed up, but hey, you gotta think like that. It's your business. You gotta. If you're running, and then she seemed like she's having a well. She's trying to buy a car. She's trying to do all this other stuff. Daycare is a lot of money. A good business too. A lot of money.
with your
Okay, but wait, because I have kids here. Like, what am I supposed to do?
So on a palm observing everything, you have a daycare business here?
No, I don't.
Well, this definitely looks like a daycare. Are these your kids?
These are my kids.
These are your
Where's the sheriff? Because
the sheriff is out there, man.
I don't see
You can
nobody.
go. The sheriff is out there. Tone, make sure you get the. You can get the toy. Start there first. Where's Johnny and Mac?
They said they was on their way.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Can I see the eviction notice?
Yeah, shit, go ahead.
I'm just confused.
Go ahead, read it.
Haven't nobody contacted me. They haven't told me anything about nothing.
Well, ma'am, like I said, I'm just here to serve, do my job. We just got to make sure everything is good. The sheriff is out there. If you want to call you can call him, call the office, do whatever you have to do.
Okay, can y'all give me a little time? Like, I need more time.
They gave you months, man. They gave you months. They gave you you haven't paid rent in 4.5 months.
But I have my kids. Like, what am I supposed to do?
But this is the problem, man. This is where the problem is. Another reason is they said you had income for these last 2 months. Somebody reported it to us.
I didn't report my income yet.
somebody went and report, and it seemed like it's somebody that wanted that, knowing like, yo, this kid girl taking my money, don't want to pay, don't want to pay the rent, and they could tell, you know. It's just like if you're not paying, we're not paying rent. They're like, well, y'all making all this money, y'all doing all this stuff. How y'all living? Y'all doing this for this long, but y'all can't come with no money to pay y'all rent. Somebody gonna report her because she was probably doing, but she was probably, not paying the rent, and maybe you never know. She probably had like a business partner or something. Like she said, her neighbor or somebody. She probably watching their kids too. But she is doing a lot of spending on herself and not trying to pay the rent. You got to be able to keep up. Some people can't even hold their business for like 6 months. They quit after a while. They give up. They stress themselves out. Too much. I ain't doing all this shit. I ain't making no money. I ain't make the money. All the money that I'm making is going back into the business. I'm just paying bills or whatever. Mm-hmm. The brain is a hell of a thing. Crazy. You got to be able to think. You got to be able to stay focused. You got to be able to humble yourself. You got to be able to get, a lot of noise, and you got to be able to get rid of all the noise, which means it's like don't listen to somebody. You what you want to do. You know what I mean? You going on that line, down that road, you're gonna go down by yourself. Start your business. You start, with yourself and your partner with it. So you make a decision with that person. Switch something up. You're gonna switch a couple things up. You're gonna cut on a couple of days, do the hours. Y'all make it together, so there's no problem. You know what I mean? And yeah, just know what you're gonna stop doing, and some of the stuff that you like, stop doing. Like you're gonna buy a bottle or 2 bottles. You can't drink it in one day or drink the whole thing because you got other priorities. You got your kids to take care of. You got you got to pay your rent, and when you got your business, and she got responsibility. She got other people, kids that she's looking out for. So you gotta understand they depending on you. You should pay your rent. You're making good money. Look at all that stuff. You're making good money. You're buying all that. You're making good money. You're just slacking. You're just like top because you have all them kids and whatever. And it seemed like your business just went down because you only got like 3 kids there. Like somebody got mad at you and started bringing their kids in and start calling on you. You know what I mean? Only 3 kids there. Somebody pissed at her and called on her. Yeah, man, you gotta know to put your money back in. You gotta know to save your money. And when you start saving your money, you don't show your money, you keep it. So if you can't do something, anybody thinks you can't do something, then they'll be like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? You ain't gotta show. Let me show you something. A person that shows something all the time ain't really got shit. Because the biggest spenders is the business owners, small business owners, incorporated people, the big those are the biggest spenders when it comes to certain things. And right now, that's why I see a lot of people, they switch up into they start doing buffet style, or they switch it up to catering or buffet, or some people might just go straight catering. Some people are just like, it's all about you running your business, or if you're like a grocery store, never had a problem. Never had a problem with salons and the style. Here's the barber shops. They're the one that had the problems. Had to sacrifice and do a lot. And see, people don't know. Like I know business owners. I got my girl has a stylist. They're really close. I have my barber that cuts my son here. Been cut my shit a while now. He's got his own other business. And it's like when you see people, you could talk about your business and what they're going to and see how they run it. You gotta know, and look how much they make and how they spend their money, and even being around some rich, you know, Caucasian people, you know, they'll they'll tell you how to do it too. Because when I started, they're like, "Yo, just go to specialized catering because you cook anything. You're good at what you do specialized catering." So I'm like, "You're right. I'm gonna do specialized catering that way. With that day, you don't have a menu. You can just do your thing, and they call you and you just day before you make whatever you want." Yeah, she definitely messed up on her business. Definitely. But yeah, let me finish this video. What's up, beautiful? I see you peeking at me. Come over here. Come over here.
It's because I was trying to get me a car, and I got a lot of things lined up. Like, who called y'all?
We can't give that away, man.
I bet it was next door. Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, who contacted y'all.
Whatever the case may be, just start taking that to the truck, because we don't want that clutter. So, man, what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to. Do you have money to get these kids?
I don't. Not at the moment. Can y'all give me like an hour or two or something?
Some stuff out. So, do you have a daycare business here? This is what we want to know.
No, I do not.
Ma'am, this looks like a daycare. So,
but it's not.
Well, if you do your work,
prove that. You have to prove that.
That's fine. What we're gonna do? We're gonna start moving these things. Can you call their parents and try to get these things? These are your kids. I know you had 2 kids on the lease, but like, I don't know who he is. Okay. The baby.
What am I supposed to do? What am I like? I don't have nowhere to go for me and my kids. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Ma'am, I don't know. Like, ma'am, I don't know. What you're gonna have to do is, figure out something. Can give you an hour to call some of their parents.
I need more than an hour. That's not enough time to move this stuff.
We're gonna move the stuff outside. We're gonna move it. You're just gonna have to figure out get these kids and vacate the premises so we can get these things up out of here.
Oh my God, man! Come on, help me get these kids together.
All right, my investigation is concluded. That everything is good. We're good.
Get these kids. I don't know, but she said there's 2 kids on the lease, and there's 3 of them that I've seen. So why is what's your problem though? That's what I want to know. What's their problem? You're saying, oh, someone's gonna come in. Well, maybe he's not showing the other kids. I don't know. Shit fucked up. You ask me. I'm not gonna put out known kids like that. I don't care. You know what I mean? And this one I hear is a funny one because I'm gonna talk a little bit more. Once again, make sure you got your money. No, you're not eating nothing. You get water down that juice, right? Read water it down. That's your problem because she should be like, she gets up and she should really be going like thing back though. So if you can't be going around stunting on government money, especially when you get it. And I think this one right here is just totally wrong. And you're going around, stunting on money, putting the phone out, flexing your girl, and showing all that shit. Y'all ain't got your own bag. Y'all, stunting and food stamp card money. But yeah, this is when a food stamp card goes wrong. Let's go. This is crazy too. Crazy. We ain't never, me and my girl, I could say this, we ain't never had welfare money. Straight up. Anybody tell you that? They could tell you this or no. They always got their own money. We always work and put our own shit together. Save and buy a big whole bunch of shit.
No Ray Ray going.
So food stamp card goes wrong. Let's get it. Hear what he said. Y'all couldn't even afford it if y'all wanted to. He's talking about a girl, right? But watch this, y'all. This is all crazy. It's crazy. Your girl stunting like that and showing all that when this happened.
Big dog getting us right. You know what I'm saying? Everything's bigger in Texas. Bank accounts, pocketbooks.
Big food stamps.
Yeah, big food stamps. Food stamp, baby, I'm eat regardless. Big jackfruit, organic grapes. Y'all don't even understand, bro. I'm gonna push this basket right to the car, and I'm gonna push it through her. I ain't gonna show the card number because I know y'all be roaching. Y'all might try to go with y'all move. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Thank you for taking care of the house today, you know what I'm saying?
That's a girl. I see y'all sucker niggas have y'all girls spending your food stamp on y'all and buying all that extra shit and doing all that extra shit. You know, but y'all can't. You know, a lot of y'all on the food stamps out here. I could tell. That's why y'all mad at other people when they got jobs and you know what I mean, and shit, and they gotta go to work and make their money because y'all got food stamps. A lot of y'all got food stamps. Be honest. You have 40 something and still living on food stamp. Can't get a decent job. You a bum. Welfare, you a bum. Sorry. Unless you come to the country. I think welfare for people that come to the country and trying to get their life together. You know what I mean? Real shit. Or if you know what I mean, you come out, you do all these years, you know what I mean, get a job through there or something. If you come out doing jail time or something, you know, something. You know, are you a homeless man that, you know what I mean, that your house burned down or something? That ain't, you know, real talk. That's why I hear stunting about food stamp cards and all that shit. Real shit. Real shit. You know what it is like to save your own money and build your own shit? A lot of people can't do that. They rather go spend a jewelry or buy a 20K jewelry just to put on their neck for someone to take that shit or just to lose that shit at a party or something. You know what I mean? Or go show off some girl and that. You know what I mean? Real shit. It's crazy. I don't know. Y'all gotta start thinking, y'all. Real shit. But this right here is a, yeah, food stamp card goes on. Let's go. Y'all growing up look good doing all that shit, trying to build the
He
food
said,
stamp.
let me try mine.
We are not going there. We're not going. No,
I need some food stamps.
that's crazy. That is wild.
Can I get some?
That is wild.
What was it?
Man, have the nerve to
What was the price
videotape
of
it. The videotape it. I don't know. They didn't show the
I
price.
think it was like
He
five.
kind
It's like five.
he kind of backed up. He kind of backed up. But that is wild, yo.
Damn, that sounds so good.
That's wild. His was not working either. Oh, 130 something. 100 and something. Hold on, bro. Hold on,
I'm saying? Sometimes it's just some light to the flip. Boom. Get the out of here. You know what? We be back.
What did he say?
I'm telling you, man.
What?
We be back. Get the out of here. You know what? Boom. Get the out of here. You know what?
Hold on, I gotta catch
We be
that
back.
shit.
Get the out of here.
Hold on,
You know what?
I gotta get
Sometimes it's just some light to the flip. Boom.
That's authorized. Oh no, not approved. Oh my god. I'm still not approved. That means y'all ain't got no money in there. Y'all ain't got no money in there. Y'all ain't got no money in there. Y'all ain't got no money on your food stamp card, but y'all trying to go out and do all that stunting on camera. Y'all was live too. Y'all was live doing this. Y'all was live doing this. Y'all was live doing this. Y'all was live doing that. Yeah. A food stamp card, y'all. Client. Ain't no money in that. And that is sad. That is sad. That is sad. Sad. Y'all stunting and shit and acting all extra. Y'all too broke couples. Both y'all broke. Both can't be. It's one thing. Both can't do the same thing. Both can't smoke too much. We both can't drink too much. We both can't be in food stamp. We both can't be on welfare. No. How are we supposed to uplift each other? Make each other better as a couple. So we gonna do all that. So we just gonna have food, both of us on food stamps. I ain't gonna do nothing. No, you think he good? I ain't gonna do nothing for you to get better at doing certain things. Like some of y'all still got, these jobs and can't get certain jobs. Don't want to work certain jobs. This shit. That's why certain people only work construction jobs. And that's the next job that, when they don't have, that big, because that's a job that pays a lot of money, and that's also a job that, to, help pay for the, medical and stuff like that, help out. It can help out for your kids and doctors and stuff like that. A lot of people do that job. It's better than not doing nothing that you can't benefit. You can't benefit from it. You can't no medical. They help you with no medical problems. That's why it's good to have your own shit. And if you're gonna work for a job like as I said, construction job. And they give you a lot of benefits. You know what I mean? That's why some people work that job, because they give them benefits. But yeah. You gotta have your own business now. And this is where it's going to. You gotta have your own shit. Living like this is not gonna cut it. It's not gonna cut it. I'm gonna tell you, it's not. Both of us on welfare. Both of us have food stamp card. What the hell? Y'all gotta. That's crazy. I don't know. Yeah, so some people doing that shit. They was dumb to go live and try to stunt and see how much things they could buy and what they Ghost Street buying all this big stuff. And I spent $100 on Ghost Street just to show stunting people. People do that. We gotta stop doing that. Stop doing that, y'all. We're not doing that no more. The whole me stunting on you and yeah, I'm gonna we're not doing that. Cut that out. Because that right there is stupid. You wanna go try to buy all them $100 worth of Ghost Street and your shit got declined. That's fucking wild, yeah. That's wild. That is wild. That is wild. But everybody's trying to live off free money. Nobody don't believe in working hard like that, like what they used to, I guess. So, see if I can give y'all one more review out of me. Hold on. Yeah, I think I was gonna save that one, but yeah, that one is. I'm gonna get into this. Yeah, so it's your friend. Watch your friends who it is. They all in your business, stealing your shit, and all that. These people that come in your house, man. There's always cameras, eh? Everyone's got a camera. Everyone's always trying to make some movie and some kind of directing stuff. Yeah, let's get into this video. Going through her purse. Had no business going through her purse, but yeah, listen. Not everybody's your friend now.
Okay. What you doing to my purse? What you doing? Don't go in my purse. I wasn't in your purse. Yes, you did. I seen you. I wasn't in your purse. Yes, you was. Oh, God, I was getting a remote from right here. No. Oh, God, I was getting a remote. I was getting a remote. Like, what are you saying? Like, I'm about to get the remote to change the TV. No, what? I got you in my purse. I was not in your purse. Sugar daddy. You even count how I was not in your purse. What is you doing? Come here. I called in my purse. For real. I was not in your purse. Yes, you was. Yes, you was. I don't understand nothing. You do. I don't. I called in my purse. I don't understand nothing from you. I don't. Let it go. You believe I was in your purse? My purse is right here. I don't understand nothing from you. Like, your purse, you no, my purse is right here. Right there. That don't make no sense how bad your story. Like, you was in it. You was in it. I called in my purse. I called in it. That's all she do is steal. That's all she do. Bet you that's all you do steal. Ain't nothing. I got you. Man, what did you touch me for? Like, yeah, but you got something over there.
What the hell you going in the purse?
She went in my purse.
She said I was not in her purse.
Yes, she was.
I don't got nothing.
Yes, she went in there.
Said you was.
Nothing. I was getting a remote from my
No, she was. No, she was. I got everything. Why y'all like
her? You said I don't have to steal nothing from you. I got everything I want. Everything I want. Anything I want.
You gonna get highway. You do.
Anything I want.
Get them goddamn big ass shoes and get out.
Yeah, let me man. These cloud shoes. Yeah.
Shit.
Get out of here. Take the shoes with you.
Get the goddamn room.
She gonna take the shoes with her. Let her go. Don't she had called in my purse. She gone. Let her go. I hope she ain't got nothing. Don't come back. Don't come back. Don't come back. That's all you do. I hope you can. You won't get nothing out here. Then you have somebody you won't be out here. Bye. Yeah, you ain't got no legs. You ain't got no legs. Nothing. Bye. Bye. Look, my God. Get it right there.
Quit hitting on that goddamn door. What's the hell wrong with you?
Yeah, scream. Scream that. I'm screaming. I'm calling my brother. He said. I'm calling my brother. He said.
Get the hell out of the road.
Get out. Go down the road. Bye. Just like my cousin. Go ahead and do it.
Quit hitting on this goddamn door.
Yeah. Come down again.
The girl had a hoodie on, like she was about on a mission, like going to the old folks people. And when them people in front, they kick you out the house. They ain't gonna beat you up or call the police on you. They think about old people, they catch you stealing, they kicking you out. If they know that shit's gonna turn down. They kicking you out and they're doing you just like that. And meanwhile, some of them might beat you with a belt. I don't know why she had that belt. At first I thought she was gonna whip her ass with a belt. But she ain't whip her ass. Thought she wasn't a whipper though. That is crazy. That is crazy. But yeah. That the older people don't like when you go through their shit, they person shit, and it's like, and they're trying to smile and shit like, damn, you really kick her out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what's going on either anyway. So why was someone recording her going through her purse?
Yes, you got seen you. Yes, you was. Oh, God, I was right here. No. Oh, God, I'm getting remote. I'm getting remote. Like, what you saying? Like, I'm about to get the remote to change the TV. No, what? I got you in my purse. I was not in your purse. Shoot it at me. Like, you even check the camera. I was not in your purse. What is you talking about? I called in my purse, for real. I was not in your purse. I don't. I called in my purse. I'm still letting from you. I don't. Let it go.
I think she might have stepped on a $20 bill or something. Whatever she stepped on, she released. Or if she stepped on, she might have stepped on a $20 bill or something. Crazy.
Oh, shit, you leave my purse right here. I don't have to say nothing from you. Like, your purse right here. Right there. That don't make no sense how bad your story. Like, you was in. You was in. I called in my purse. I called in it. That's all she do is steal. That's all she do. Bet you that that's all you do steal. I got you. Man, what did you catch me for, like? Yes, you got something else.
What the hell you going in the purse?
She was in my purse. She said I was not in her purse. Yes, she was. I don't got nothing. Yes, she went in there.
Said you was.
Nothing. I was getting the remote from out the No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. I got it right here. Why y'all like her? You said I don't have to steal nothing from you. I got everything I want. You anything I want. You do the highway. You do. In that hole.
Get them goddamn big ass shoes and get out.
Yeah, let me get.
Big ass shoes.
Shit.
It's a big ass shoe. But she had whatever she was standing on, whatever that, I don't know if that was the card or the bank card, or she was standing on something. It looked like she was standing on the some $20 bill or something. Let me get a drink. But she was standing on something. I'll pour myself a drink in. I can't wait to pour myself one drink in.
Get the goddamn road.
She gonna get her shoes with her. Don't she call in my purse. She gone, let it go. Oh, she ain't got nothing. Don't come back. Don't come back. Don't come back. That's all you do. I hope you can. You won't get that out here. Do you have somebody who will be out here? Bye. Yeah, you ain't got no legs. You ain't got no legs. Nothing. Bye. Bye. Oh, my God. Get it back here.
Quit hitting on that goddamn door. What's the hell wrong with you?
Yeah, scream. I'm
Get the the hell
Yeah.
on the road. God
Get
damn.
out. Go down the road. Bye. Just like my cousin. Go ahead.
You should quit hitting on this goddamn road.
Yeah. Come down again. Come down right now. You come down. We don't want to hear, honey. Walk home in the cold. We ain't deal with you no more. Oh, she want to get that. Open the door. You can't go. I got to call my mama. Just wait. You go get somewhere you get your mama. You get somewhere you get your mama. Call her. Go get your mama. Go get her. I tell you on this grub hammer, girl. You better go. Yeah, you see this, you ran. Help her. Look, help her jab. Come on. Yeah, you better know something. Cut this old lady out. I'm trying. Yeah. I'm trying. Bye. Bye.
Took her friggin' took her friggin' in her purse. What do you think? That she wasn't gonna get on your ass? Looking at girl shit like that? But y'all always wanna y'all people always wanna fight people when y'all get caught. And this is what y'all do was messed up. Y'all wanna fight? Square it up. A lady that probably left you alone and say, you know what? It is what it is. You know, at least you apologize to me because some folks they just want you to just apologize and leave it alone and leave it as that. Like, you know what I mean? They don't want no problem or no extra other shit, you know. When people's house and stealing their shit. And cut it. Especially, you know, I don't know why people always think they can go and steal from old people. Or they won't miss it. Oh, I'm gonna take $20. I'm gonna take $100. They won't notice it. Why? Because they're old. Oh, trust me, they're the best person to keep eye on money. They always know what goes missing and what's taken and what's not. They check that shit every day. We gotta check that shit every day when it's in our house. We don't check it every day in our bank. Can't even trust the bank. We gotta see what happened to Usain Bolt. Who can we trust? I learn to trust yourself. Saving your money, put it somewhere. I have to go back to that when only you know where it is. That person knows where the money is. That's it. Who else? And that seems like someone else's friend that's in the house that's stealing. Because how y'all know this girl? Some of these stories don't make no sense. Some of these stories make no sense. Well, with that said, can't be coming in someone's house and taking their shit. You gotta know who you let in your house, and can't be picking up a camera for everything. Yeah, I wanna fight someone. She wanted to fight. She wanted to fight the lady. She got caught in the purse. My story tonight is the dude. A girl thinking that she got pregnant with somebody else, and you know she could he has to keep the baby. I mean, that doesn't like that makes no sense. You don't need to cut that out. Cut that out. Y'all not even trying to hide it no more. Y'all just in plain sight, just saying, yeah, you know, you're gonna know from the get go anyway that, you know, even though you wasn't in this time frame and you know it's not yours, you still gotta keep it. That's ridiculous. I don't know if y'all was here before when they heard that. The lady I was talking about, she, you know, her boyfriend caught her with all this stuff. And in her bed, I guess, the pregnancy papers and I guess I don't know, ultrasound. And she never told her or her mom or him. And she wanted him to keep the baby. That's wow. You know, and I don't know what's going on with people, what people are doing, or what they are smoking and drinking. But we gotta stop. We gotta stop. I said some of these rules that these governments be making, y'all be abusing them and using them, you know, in the wrong way as tools. It is sad. It is sad, you know. It's crazy. But that's what y'all want to do, I guess. Do that. And this goes for when I have, you know, oh, you could do anything you want, but we're in a relationship, or you could sleep with whoever you want. Somebody gonna come back with a disease. Somebody gonna come back with a baby. You know, in this case, she didn't come back with a disease. She came back with a baby. So y'all could go out there and keep playing with y'all lives and shit, and keep playing around with that. I think I was dumb, stupid, very dumb and stupid. Real stupid. That's my opinion. I know women go ask me to do all that. I'm happy I'm not in those I'm not in those I'm not never in those boats. I'll never be in those society. Not that said. You gotta know some people put themselves some people, you know, don't have to do it, but they do it anyways. They do it anyways. So you know this girl had this problem and this problem, but you still want to do all that. That's what y'all want to do. So see what's going on. I was working on, but yeah. But the lady with the daycare though, she is just crazy. She was just spending all that money on the daycare and not saving her money, not putting it back, buying all this stuff. She was trying to buy a car. See, spending is gotta watch what you spend, especially when you got a business. A lot of people don't know how to spend. She know how to spend. She know how to save. She know how to just want to go buy everything and thinking she gonna make it back. She don't know how that shit works. That shit will catch up on you. That's why a lot of people go around. I'm gonna go spend on this. I'm gonna go buy this. I want to be this. I want to be better than everybody else. I want to go have see every day. I want to go. You know, I want my business to look super good, and that's the next thing. When I was like, yeah, we should do the floors and all this stuff. The landlord was like, oh, that would be a good idea. But did he ever try to put no money in and shit like that? No. Because you don't want to build an owner. You obviously we're the business owner, not the building owner, but without my business, you can't you wasn't be able to get no money, you know. And he ain't never even that's what I'm saying, you can't depend on these people. And she was saying, oh, y'all never fixed the toilet, the hole in the ceiling, and yeah. they could get money, get a whole bunch of money, even more money than you get a loan for your business, and still won't get. They won't get in no trouble if they decide not to give you any of that money or you know whatever they're supposed to do. I know all that. That's what I said. She was depending on that, and no, but you gotta do your own shit. You gotta make your own sacrifice. You gotta make your own choice. You gotta spend trying to buy all that car and save and do all that extra shit. And yeah, because you got people depend on you. That's a good business if it's up like that. And she didn't have any what I say she just seemed like she was making all the money. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know how to have a business idea. You could do your job. You could bring in your clients. You could watch this person, but you gotta know. You gotta know how to run your business. Save your money, pay your rent. 4 months rent is. I don't think we was ever behind in rent. Even when we had a lockdown, we couldn't open. They had the bylaw officers coming in. We could see them on the camera, shaking our door and see if we're open. They would do that to all the businesses. We never missed a friggin' month on rent. See what I'm saying? Like real talk, never missed a payment. And that is responsibility. That is, shit. We could have been like, whatever, nothing going on. This is going on, and it's a thing anyway. We could blame it on. We're just gonna blame it on the pandemic or COVID or losing their business. Look what's going on now. The same shit's going on. The people are getting sick just as much as they was getting sick. You know what I mean? 3 years ago. Why couldn't they make everybody go to work? Why they had to have people on lockdown? Give you all this, like what I said, give you all this money, give you all this loan, put you in debt. You know what I mean? The people that got the money are forced. The people that are rented, that are running their business or running their business. Majority of them, are they close the business, and then the person that got the money that they're renting from for the business don't want to prove that they didn't give the money to the previous business owner, so they sell the building. See the scam? Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam. Big scam. Big scam. It's a scam right there. It's a scam. Think about it. I own a building. You rent. Nothing going good. You ain't got to help your person out. You're waiting for them. You wait for them to give up. And then, you just you keep the money by selling the business. You still get to keep the money because you got money. But you don't have to prove nothing to the government or prove nothing to whoever. Big business owner. That's why some, big business owner that had like their business for like 10 years, 2 decades closed. Yeah, because they know. You know what I mean? And then after find out that the person who owns the building just sells it. It's a part of business. So when you're going into business, once again, don't buy too much. Don't buy too much. A lot of stuff that's unnecessary. Because I buy a lot of expensive stuff that I know I didn't use. I got a freaking cooler, a wine cooler that I can't use because if I do, they're gonna ask me, do I have am I selling alcohol? Why am I selling this? Then they're gonna thinking because I have it there. You gotta get rid of all that. They could be an asshole and say, oh, you have this here. I might see no alcohol and thinking that you're selling alcohol. So you should kind of buy everything I want to look good. I want to look the best. I want all the kids to have all this. Sometimes they got to share, believe it or not, in certain daycares they share toys. But, before, but now you can't even shoot. A kid can't even treat it to share a toy. That's why I say it's unsafe. If all this is going on and everyone's getting sick, much kids pick up toys and chew on it, and then you're picking up that kid after the daycare, bring him home. You're getting your family sick. What's the point? You guys are not learning. You still bring your kids to daycare, do all of that. But that daycare was a clean daycare. Everything was clean. Mass, everything was clean. Floor was clean. There wasn't a lot of kids. It's good. It's perfect. But you can't make 5, 6,000, 8,000 and go in and spend it here. Or go put I'm gonna put 4, 5 or 6 and a down payment and spend the rest in the daycare and the food or the 3 rest, and then hopefully when I get this much money, make this next 8, I'm gonna pay a half and then pay the rest on the car. And you gotta think about all that stuff. The heat and all that stuff. You gotta cook for the kids. We need the hot water on. You know what I mean? Well, shit. And eventually she would have got caught. As I said, you need an architect for any business. If I just wanted to move my business here, I still have to have an architect. I still have to call the city. I still have to have them pass, my house and, have them do a full inspection. You know what I mean? You run it anywhere. As long as you got your license, your business license that shows that your name is in the system, you can run it anywhere. But she's making money, and she wasn't fully, But you can see she looked like she was in her 40s, going on, 40 something, maybe say, late 40s, and she just, mid 40s, and she was just, making her thing. She had her own business. Give that to her, but when I run it the wrong way, listen. Once your business is finalized, if you do move, and you're not paying your rent, and you do get a next place, you got your license. Now you can't open. They're gonna be watching you. They're gonna say you never paid your rent. You're on a legal daycare, and no one's gonna be able to vouch for you. But when you do have your papers, and you're finalized, and everything is on a piece of paper, and you got your stamp, because you do get a stamp from the city, and it has the city, and wherever the the state or country wherever you live in, right there, with your name and your business, whatever the name is. And no one could take that away from you, right? So if you can't pay your rent or you just had to start running your business, you could go run it somewhere else. In case you got them papers, you got that your name is your name, like it's my name. Like you know what I mean? Got my cards. You know what I'm saying? I got my my website. I just double paid. I paid like it's like $30 a month, 32, 30 something dollars. I paid like double, like $70 something just to pay extra. You know what I mean? So I don't have to pay in the next I don't have to pay. I paid this month and I paid I don't have to pay until April. I'm in March. March. Or something like that. I just paid, and I would do that. I was paid 2 months ahead because I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to be on behind. We promised that we wasn't gonna be behind. Well, it's kind of hard for the water bill and everything else. But at least we're not behind. Everything else is up, but we're not behind. We're not trying to go behind it. Yeah, you gotta know to do certain things. The money's there, but we could have said, you know what? We could have paid. We're just gonna pay this month and just keep this month's rent and keep this month money and spend this. We can make it back, but we don't know how this month's gonna go, and how February's gonna go, and how. So we always do that. We pay 2 months rent. So yeah, pay the website. Pay them 2 months. Pay it. They do that. So runs it for us because we got somebody that runs it for us. We go check and everything and set up. Okay, this is what we want. Good. And we have no time for that. We got other stuff to do. We got to, what I mean. So. And that's done. Yeah, so it's just all about how you run your business. You can pay someone to run up like we pay someone to run a website professionally because we you might know how to do certain things and how to get certain things there, and click it into certain areas and certain communities because if you don't know certain things, certain groups they have every month or every month they have a group meeting of what people want to see in the restaurant community. I don't have to be there. Well, guess what? the person that runs our website, they might be there and let us know what's going on. That's how you do it. That's how you run business. So I've been doing this for a while, but like since what 2018. Got the place in June, signed it in July. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, yeah, for almost 5 years now. 5 years coming summertime. Yeah, that's that. So you gotta do all that stuff. Don't run your business like it's like I don't know, like it's you gotta be serious. If you're thinking, should I pay this or should I put this into that? Yes, because you never know. Something might happen. You might got a problem, plumbing problem, and when you run a restaurant business, ask anybody this. Main tough issues that you have as a restaurant and as a daycare owner too, especially when you're like, cooking. Because she said, oh y'all fix my water in the ceiling and my toilet problem. Well, you have a daycare. Y'all do all that. The kids they show a lot of stuff in the toilet and daycare. They do all of that. We know all that. What else? But if you run a restaurant business, salon, you gonna have a lot of plumbing problem. And you renting that stuff, you using all that water and all that stuff. Don't wait on them to fix that. You gotta use that. That's like I never called our landlord. As I said, I had problem in the bathroom. I had problem in the grease trap, the kitchen sink, the kitchen hand sink that we put in. I had problem with that. I had to get someone to reconnect them. Pay them to put it in. They did it wrong. You know what I mean? The hot water was not moving as the same force as the cold water. Because the health inspector comes and they see that. They want to make sure you have your hot water running. It has to be at the temperature. It has to be hot. So, you know what I mean? You might get impressed a lot. But she was making money. But when you're making money, especially when you're making money, people that make money like that, she was just being not. She was just being. You make money like that, and you see yourself elevating. You make a plan for yourself. Make a goal for yourself. All right, I'm making that much money. I'm not gonna buy a car. What I'm gonna do is gonna get legit, get my papers, get the city on board. Put the stuff in, have them come. Because first they're gonna ask you, are you open? Because the city's gonna say whatever they want you to say. Okay, they're gonna come, but they're not gonna be there. The architect will be the one to say, okay, whatever, all right, whatever. They won't even to say nothing to you because you're not doing. They're there to do their job. They're gonna pass it anyway. So, the city's kind of different now. You can't have them there and have all that stuff. They're gonna be like, well, you were there running illegal. They might give you a little bit of problem. So, but it'd be an easy way around that. Make all that money, get that shit out of the place for a day, call the city, get them to look at the place, you know what I mean? Put the shit back in when they're gone. Get the architect to do your drawing, and you're making all that money. If you want to buy that car, you can buy 20 something, 30 something, 40 something dollars. Especially on a daycare, you can 60 something dollars a car. You could put your architect work, which is drawing, which is like probably like the next 3,000 for that. It's a small room, so probably like maybe 1,000 over that in the area, because the area in the kitchen, you know what I mean? And it's all about how they do it. They might have to draw the bathroom. So she had her business, but she never had it the way where she just had to save that money and be careful. Like I said, I got all the papers, from the license to the corporation to the software, when I got it, when it expired, all of that. I could show all of that. But I just hate when people try to challenge me and ask me for something that they haven't accomplished. Like, you know what I mean? I would show somebody that owns a business and that, you know what I mean? And a person would say, oh, let's see your papers. Or no, you got this? No, you wait, no. Ask me to show you. Yeah, you don't have to start like, she didn't want to start, she was trying to do it big. Looking at the daycare, everything was set up good. everything was good, but you gotta stop certain things. You gotta cut out, and you gotta know when to. We learned a lot for that. We learned a lot because we got at one point we was making money too, and in stage one of COVID, we made a lot of money. We was ordering, we were doing a whole lot, having parties, family parties, making food, doing this all the stuff. It caught up on us. We're like, fuck, we're not keeping no more parties. I mean, like that for nobody. Because then we had to spend, and then we kept getting parties, and then we had parties. We had to keep up with everybody, and to go shop the next day after having a party and cleaning up and to open every business. Like, oh, that shit's gotta cut down. Anybody going to throw parties? We're going to those parties. We're not doing none of that. Okay, well, you stop throwing parties. Don't throw parties. That was one of our thing. Make the money, and you wanna throw parties and do all that. What's going on, Yellow? I see you, family. I see you climbing up the way to the gates. On your way to 300 subscribers. I see you. I told you was gonna get there. Shout out to Yellow though. Shout out to the whole family. Your beautiful kids, and yeah, shout out to y'all. I mean, I appreciate you, bro. Much respect, family. You already know. But yeah, that too. That's why I said she doing a lot of spending, and I could tell by her that she was doing a lot of spending. When we're talking about lady in the daycare now, y'all that got evicted. This is why you gotta know your role. You gotta know your place. You gotta know. All right, for sure, fam. You gotta know your place. Like I said, we was skipping a lot of parties, the liquor, everything. And we had a lot of parties. I did a lot. I did a Easter egg on. I did a lot. And I'm like, yo, it's good. It was good when I'm not doing no more of this partying. And I did say I want to keep one more big party because people like coming to my parties, especially the kids. They love it. They get their food. I have a game section. You know what I mean? I have I had a game section where they could play the games, or they could play board games, or the games with balloons, or stuff, hide candy that they could look for, or they could just play a game on the PlayStation. They could do their own thing. The kids love it. They love it. Like my girl, people, they love it. They always say, yo, the kids, and they always ask me, talk to me about the party. Like, one kid is like, oh, you had a Fortnite party? I'm like, no, I didn't have Fortnite. I had a party, and I let them have a Fortnite. I had them let them just play Fortnite. It was raining. I was like, fuck, y'all come inside. We're going to bring the game, and they play Fortnite. But I like keeping parties like family, for kids-wise, family, everybody. I like seeing all the kids having fun, white, black, doesn't matter who it is. And that was a party that I had last time. Was like, that was a big, white, black. We had Spanish. We had, you know what I mean? We had Spanish, and we had one Indian, Indian, not Indian, native, Indian kid there was wonderful, was good, but it catches up because all that money. Then I gotta go, get ready for the week, get my kid in ready, get ready to run the business. Catches up on you, because then now you do this, you do that. You got your shopping ready, you got all your food ready. You know what I mean? But then now, like, bomb all them parties that you're keeping, catch up on us, because then you're behind on certain bills, certain things. Because you can't just spend all your money and pay everything. So yeah, you learn, and that should be a lesson for her. To learn is don't that whole car thing was a bad idea, or whatever she was doing. But I guarantee you, next time when she's gonna be doing it again, a person like that has a daycare, a business set up like that, she's gonna be on it again. But she's gonna be smarter next time. She's gonna make sure she up to date with her rent. She's gonna make sure she because you live and you learn. You know what I mean? You live and you learn, and when you like your business and like what you do, you learn certain things. Just like when we started, when we find out that certain things can help us with our business, we start paying that. We start making sure every month we pay that. All that. Okay, that. You know what I mean? That could help me out. You know what I mean? If I'm failing down here 2 years from now, I could go to help and get that done. and get them help me with that. What? Good shit. Using your brain. A lot of y'all don't know use your brain. Y'all know to talk and criticize people and talk about people in the house, but some of y'all getting older but getting stupider. Yeah, I mean, what shit? You know, because you don't have, you didn't buy nothing that you own. You don't have a business that has your name and your government name on it. A lot of y'all niggas talk about, oh, people girl this, people girl that. Well, a lot of y'all out there too have whips underneath your girl's name. Can't do anything, can't go nowhere, can't go to dealership unless y'all girls there. You see what I'm saying? Be honest. I guarantee I could show you my name, my girl name separate, 2 papers, 2 signatures, and all of that. Yeah, real. You know what I mean? And then we're proud to have this, it's, I don't want to say because of COVID, but yeah, you know what I mean? But I gotta say, well, as I said, I was booming. I was shocked that I was booming the first 6 months I was open. When this thing lockdown come happen, I said, yeah. And then, stayed down. I was booming. I can't lie. I was met people that I never met, thought I would met. And everybody, the whole game switch up, more catering, and yeah, that's what I started off with. That's what I'm used to. It's easy. It's kind of like sometimes it's just it's just like the weekends. It's just fast. It's like catering thing goes. The food has to be kind of something you could cook over again and say, oh, like should I mess this up? Like a day when you open, I can make it up. No, it has to be right because you bought that specific thing. You didn't have a 1 or 2 items or 3 items of the same thing that you're gonna make for this person. So it's kind of weird to see how things are happening right now. A lot of business, believe it or not, they're just doing waitering and step parties and stuff like that. And I need a couple more. In the summertime, I'm gonna try to hook myself up with some construction workers. Like a whole bunch of. I know there's one, but they go to the pizza. Like they like that, just pizza, and that's gonna be my thing. I think I might go back to that one where Rice was talking about the fries, the sweet potato fries, and some kind of sandwich or something. For make it like a price. But me, I can't go simple. I like to do the extra shit and put extra stuff and this and that. I don't really. I don't know, but that's one of my things. I gotta try to get some construction workers. I've been trying to do that. That's my thing. It's been hard. I don't because it's Italians, Italians that own the construction. Some Italians, pizza. I mean, some Italians own construction, so I like pizza. Nothing wrong with that. That's why I try to do I try to make the whole chicken parmesan. I take that off because they had a parmesan spot right beside us. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck, I'm just gonna take it out just because I'm new to the spot. And even though my parmesan chicken was better, bigger too and bigger bun, and real homemade parmesan sauce, it wasn't one that you go buy that they had. You gotta check out your stuff to see where you work, especially when you're making the same thing. Sometimes I took it off just because I'm like, whatever, And they was like, they was there was like a family like me. They was just trying to make it. And they was only selling parmesan and certain things. I'm like, fuck, I'm not gonna do all that. And I learned how to take certain things off her menu, and that is gonna take a while to cook. Or it's gonna take a long time to wait. Because some people are ignorant. Some people wait. Some people don't care if the food is good or not. They'll go if the food is good. They won't wait. Greedy people don't care if the food is good or not. They won't wait. They'll go buy something that tastes bad. I'll come back 2 days after I'm buy your food. Oh, it's ready now? Okay, yeah. They don't care if it's ready or not. Some people are like that. Those are people that get food poisoning. You gotta watch your food. faster the food is, I mean, you know what I mean, take longer it is, that means it's cooked properly. That means you got all right to complain if something's wrong, all right to get your money back, all right to sue, all right to, you know, to win your case because it took so long. That means you had no right to mess my food up. That's why I never complain. They're like, oh, am I sorry? I'm like, go ahead. I know. I know. The longer the food takes, you know what I mean? You never know. Something might not cook right. This part might not cook right. You might have to flip it. You might have to do that. But yeah, and the food stamp card decline. Stop showing y'all. A lot of y'all know to do this too. I got food stamps and doing all this. We gotta stop doing that. We gotta reach out now with our girl and we're trying to show off her girl like her girl is the best looking thing. I don't know. A lot of y'all forget this, right? A lot of y'all forget this. And this is why a lot of y'all niggas are losing y'all women to these lesbian girls. Hey, you cannot acting like show off you and your girl can't be walking around showing off your girl, especially when she look good. Woman will quick to take care of her next woman, and if a woman is watching that's interested in the next woman, and she sees that you're a broke man and you can't take care, oh yeah, she gonna step in just like a regular nigga. We see that, you know what I mean, and she wants, you know what I mean, she's any chance she'll leave. Yeah, it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? So y'all gotta stop, you know, any woman. You know, ain't nobody want. It goes to the same thing with y'all. You know, ain't nobody want no broke women. And you know, and women ain't really walking around, jumping around, talking about food stamps. It's only certain places. Women don't want to be talking broke no more. You know what I mean? Women are taking care of women. Not like before when a woman will need a man. And these are facts. You might hear what I'm saying, but these are facts. You know, when the early 90s or when your mom and my mom was growing up, you know, or sisters, aunties, whatever. The man, you know, that's, you know, oh shit, we need a nigga with the money. Nowadays, look around. Look what's going on around. Look what's going on around right now. Real shit. Real shit. Look at these rich ass dudes. You know, these guys, they get divorced in Hollywood right now. You think they start showing off their girls and shit because they woman leaving them for a richer woman. That's facts. These are facts. Yeah. So the whole showing off the food stamp card and this and that and and stunting and food stamp don't do all that. Don't do a food stamp card, don't do our welfare card, don't do all that. We're in 2022 right now. People shouldn't be broke out. There's so much ways of making money. People are making money. Some people are making money out their business. YouTube. Some people are just making money off YouTube. People are not just thinking of one way of, and it's a reality. I heard, somebody said this 5 months, maybe a month ago or 2 months ago. If you want to live a comfortable, you right now going in, you're gonna have to have at least have two income coming in your house, possibly even three. With the new lifestyle we're gonna be living in, the rent, the climate change, have the hydro going sky high. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff. Good shit. Good shit. So you a couple right now, and both of you and your husband, you and your man making mad. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. You got one person bringing that money right now in this time, going in 2023, coming out of all this crisis that they put us through, that they could have avoided. They could have let us doing the same thing that we're doing right now. Yeah, it's crazy. For you to live comfortable, want to live that, I can't be going to buy a bottle and do the things and smoke every day like that. We have to have income. You know what I mean? We have to be making money, extra. You know what I'm saying? Raise my prices, make sure, the food's cooked good. And when I raise my prices, I'm going to make sure they're satisfied. So they can't complain. Oh, it's too expensive, but you know what? Hey, it's worth it. at least I got food and like food that could last me for like a day or two. Yeah, that's how it works. But I'm hanging up with y'all. You know I do. I like talking. You know I like doing these videos. And you know you got a business. Don't give up. You know, don't. Some people give up on their business and wish they would have done the same thing I did. Specialized catering. Don't do all that. Some people don't know what they don't know what to do or know what you're doing. I laugh at you because you're working. Those are the ones that got something to worry about. Because those are the ones that have nothing to show. Nothing to show at the bank and nothing so that they work or you could buy a house or buy, you know what I mean, buy something for you. Because you got to show something of you, you know, where you earn your money and where you get it from. You got to be able to show something. You know what I mean? Weird shit. Oh, that's the wrong one. But yeah, end of the night. Make sure y'all hit the like button for me. And have a good night. See y'all on the next one. Fuck me. God, no.